Okay, welcome everyone. Let's see if we got sound. Looks good. All right, so welcome everyone. Let's say hello. Let's say hello. Today, obviously, is Friday, November 8th. Welcome to the Friday. You guys are awesome, wonderful, lovely, beautiful. And wow. So let's say hello to everyone. Pull this up. All right, we'll get started. Okay, first to Cat's Eyes. Hi from UK. Welcome in, Cat's Eyes. Thank you for being here. All right, welcome in, Starlight. Thank you for being here. And Ashley, thank you. All right, say what? Hi, Prof. I'm here. Have prayed for Richard Allen. Thank you. Who's on pins and needles? The whole world. All right, welcome. All right. M. Low, welcome. Been watching prior videos on your channel. They are really good. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm running the same thing on both channels. Yes. So don't be too confused. Just go wherever you feel comfortable. Monday, what up? What up, Monday? Let's get this microphone here. Like it's a little too close to my face. There we go. Hello, everyone. Was in Delphi yesterday. Saw Greeno slither by. Yes. All right. Chris, what's up? Bonnie, what's up? All right. Nancy, what's up? It's a new day. What's up? Stephanie, what's up? All right. Michelle, what's up? No, that's Megan. Sorry, you know these eyes don't work that well, and it's still early morning for me, y'all. All right. So Carly, free Richard Allen. We need a grand slam. All right. Difficulty sleeping. Not me. Don Steele, what's up? All right, Chantal. Afternoon, Prof and Chat. Happy to be here. Thank you and welcome in. Swade Smith, welcome in. All right. Hey, Stephanie. Welcome in. Okay, please hit the like as you enter the chat. Share and subscribe to spread awareness of the fact that we've been lied to. That's one thing we know for sure. We've been lied to about the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. We have been lied to. And that's a fact. Sue me. We've been lied to. We've been lied to by the prosecutor. We've been lied to by law enforcement. And we've been lied to by the families. Okay? So we've been lied to, and that's a fact. Welcome in, Brenda. Welcome in. All right, you guys. Welcome in, Old Mort, New Mort. Welcome in, Kayla. Deaf Outer, welcome in. All right, not enough. No notification. That's typical. Par for the course. Welcome in, Photo Geek. Welcome in, Pink Quartz 111 or 1111. Richard is a small fish, but isn't saying a word, sort of like your friend is a thief, but you claim you don't know anything. Sharon, welcome in from Michigan. All right, Sandra, hi from Belgium. Welcome in, everyone. All right, hi from UK, hi from Ireland. All around the world, people care about this, and these idiots thought that they would get away with this scam they're trying to pull to make the case for Abby and Libby go away. They thought by going after Richard Allen they could bury this case and that the killers would get away with murder. But we know we're not going to let that happen. Hi from Indiana, though I'm reluctant to admit such a thing. All right. Hey, what's up? It's a new day. What up? Right. Photo Geek. Hi, Prof. New to the channel and glad I found it. Well, welcome in. Hey, Adrian. Welcome in, Adrian. Hi, y'all. Please hit that thumbs up. And if you're in the Lurker crew, please join the chat. Everyone in the chat, please welcome everyone who joins. We want to see as many people chatting as possible. Welcome in, Doxy Mom. I was hoping for a fast verdict. I know it's still early, but I don't think they would need much time. No, well, that's where everyone's wrong. See, we're not going to get a unanimous, quick, not guilty verdict. So just pray. Remember, everything has been withheld from the jury. All of the Frank's memo disclosures were hid from the jury. All of the geofencing was hid from the jury. All of the witnesses were hid from the jury. And all of the facts about this case were hidden from the jury. All right, what's up, Kit Kat? What's up, Auto Doctor 911? All right, what's up, Crystal Blue Persuasion? All right, Indiana Hannah, got a coffee. Justice for Abby, Libby, and Rick. All right. Well, they did not. Remember, no one in that courtroom identified Richard Allen other than the one corrupt ISP, Officer Harshman, who thinks that he has the right to express his opinion over the sound of Richard Allen's voice and the sound of the fabricated bridge guy, quote unquote, audio. But we now know that that audio is not necessarily tied to the image and that the image was completely fabricated and the audio was enhanced and that there's no way on earth that Brian Harshman is an expert in voice analysis. So he should never have been allowed to express that opinion. But as you know, this is a railroading by the state of Indiana, and we're all about to find out. Let's hope there is a whistleblower or someone locally. Do you think there'll be a whistleblower from Delphi? Because the entire community is covering up the murders of these two little girls, and it's a goddamn shame. Okay, what's up, Tessa? Welcome here. You are welcome here. Everyone is welcome here. We take care of our people here, and we create a safe space for all of you to discuss your thoughts and feelings with each other. And that's our goal here, is the safe space, which is our chat and comment section. This is your channel. I'm not going anywhere. That's what's done in the dark will come to light. Yes, truth always rises to the surface. The wonderful Delphi police gave me a parking ticket while I was sitting in my car this morning by the car. Yeah, they've been a little unhinged lately. And did you guys see Meth Head Jinx assault Mata? So Meth Head Jinx assaulted Mata on camera on his live stream, and we got that for you. We got that. Yes, the same individual who was there. Okay, she was there with her meth dealing boyfriend and has been lying about gaslighting and inflaming the entire Delphi murders online community for the past several years, went and physically assaulted Bob Mata today. It happened on camera. Yep. Okay. Hey, Michelle, welcome. They should be going through some sort of evidence before they make their decision. We don't have the geofencing either. Correct. All right. Welcome in, Peaches. Welcome in, Grandma Shark. Okay. What do you think regarding a RICO? We need a RICO. We need a RICO. I demand a special prosecutor and federal grand juries to pursue every person involved in this. Federal grand juries now. Special prosecutor now. RICO now. All right. It's only been 5 hours of deliberation. What's up, Meow? What's the other channel? We got the Prof and the Prof True Crime. That's the channels. Free the UK. Okay. Do we know if there have been jury questions? Justice one is justice all. All right. Richard Allen should go free, and his family should be allowed to live out their lives in peace. Yes, but even if he does go free, they will have to relocate to another part of the world, change their identities. Their lives have been ruined. They will never be the same. We know that there was not sufficient evidence to even arrest Richard Allen, much less bring these charges. And do you notice that they had the nerve to bring 4 charges against him, not just the 2 murder charges, but also the 2 felony kidnapping murder charges? Why stack the deck against Richard Allen? Why lie on the PCA? Why fabricate evidence? Why misrepresent witness statements? Why lie? Why set him up? Why bring these charges? Why do that? And Nicholas McClellan is absolutely related to the family. He's absolutely in the Masonic Lodge. It's a hall of fucking gang. The bikers, the Masons, the family, the meth dealers. It's a bullshit railroading. Who was the judge who signed off on the search warrant? Same judge who later immediately recused himself. And did he even sign it? Because remember, we've never seen the signature. That 8th page of that PCA, when it was discovered, it was not signed. It was blank. It had no signature on it. All right. What's up, Peach? Peach is 81. Yep, the state of Indiana done FAFO. They're going to figure it out. Aaron Hicks, hello. Hope everyone is good. I sure did see it say JC, the music man. What's up, JC? Our chat is fun. Justice for Mob Bada. Justice for Mob Bada. And the crew who, justice for everyone these trolls have assaulted, stalked, harassed, doxed, and threatened to kill. That includes me. That includes a whole bunch of others, because these meth dealing, piece of shit, murder covering asshole trolls that are domestic terrorists and bikers. She's fucking Hell's Angel, old lady. Okay, these fucking bikers have harassed, stalked, and terrorized this community and this online community for years over the murders of 2 little girls. Is that okay with you out there? Ding dong, what's up? All right. All right, Stephanie. And I wish she would bring her stank ass into this channel, because we'll let her have it. She loves to gaslight. Come on and gaslight now. All right. I hate the waiting for Richard and Kathy. What's up, Tam? Stank show in her class. She silenced me for sure. Piece of shit. Welcome in, Jennifer. Was she arrested? That's ridiculous. No, because Bob Mata doesn't want to mess around with bringing charges, but he certainly could. He could have her J.P. Millard. Okay. All right. Holman's Farm. Yeah, it's Holman's Troll Farm. It's the Patty family troll farm who are assaulting innocent people out there just trying to cover the murders of Abby and Libby. That's right. The family has terrorized this community for years. Hello, FBI. I've been watching your channel, and my husband have been catching bits and pieces. Now he's also interested and always asking, what is the update? Did they say he's innocent? Yeah, truth is being exposed. Yeah. Hey, feds, where the F are you? All right. What's up, Mama Bear? They don't even know if Bridge Guy is involved. Fact. Thanks for mentioning that. I try to mention it, but there's so many things to try to it's so chocked full of facts and information. It's hard to keep all of these points at the surface, but true. They don't even know if Bridge Guy had anything whatsoever to do with this incident. If he spoke the words, they don't know if he spoke the words. They don't even know if that entire incident was staged for the camera. Remember, it was planted on the phone. Your gaslighting ass prosecutor yesterday said that Abby was brave enough to have the phone hidden under her body, and that's why we have this. No, that's the gaslight. Those bodies were moved and staged. That phone was placed under her body, under a shoe to protect it from the elements, and left there to be found. That's not Abby being brave and hiding the phone. That's manipulating the jurors, gaslighting the public, and perjuring himself in court, because he knows that that's not the case. I didn't even finish it. Let me get back. I'm upset already. Whoever spoke the words if whoever spoke the words is involved, he could have been giving directions. They know nothing. Or if they do know, they've intentionally lied to the world. That's why I put in this thumbnail, the world is watching. I found your discussion on the Kelsey interview with police. It was very creepy and interesting. Yes. Why has his family been lying since day one? Real smart, Jinx. I saw an attorney on camera, meth head. Jinx used to suck my channel's nuts until she got exposed as a terrorist troll. S. Zena Scram. Hi from Allen, Texas. Thought I knew most details. You blew my mind explaining the truth about the BG photo. It clarified what people mean by fake. Yes, thank you for mentioning that. It is faked, but it's faked in a very, what's the word? Deceptive manner. And the law enforcement and family has lied to you for years about that image. They knew what had been done. They knew what that image initially looked like, and they knew it was faked. It was a distraction. Yeah, she's a psychopath. They all are. They all are. The entire troll farm. You have to wonder, are they doing this because they're psychopaths, or are they doing it because they're involved? Federal grand jury may have already happened. They've already destroyed Richard's life. Yes. 1032 sealed the deal. Data don't like. Thank you, David. Remember, 5:44 p.m. Last ping on the phone. 5:45 p.m. Someone plugs in a headphone jack, a cable into the headphone jack. 5:49 p.m. One of the phones leaves the geofencing around the crime scene. 10:32 p.m., someone unplugs that headphone jack. And then 4:33 a.m., someone powers that phone back on. And all of those 15 or so text messages come through simultaneously. All right. You thought they would have had a verdict yesterday, but now I'm nervous. The video is fake, and the voices are probably fake. Remember, we had some indications that both the video, the sketches, well, I would say both the video and the voice and the sketches are all creations out of thin air from Kelsey German. Is she covering her own ass or others? They had zero justification to arrest him in the first place. Thank you. We don't even know if that was signed. And we know that the sheriff lied on the PCA. We know he lied. It's not a question whether he lied or not. He lied. Not only did he lie, he twisted witness statements and he omitted pertinent information, like the fact that a 1965 Comet looking type of vehicle was spotted, not a 2014 Ford Focus. Okay, what's up, Noe? All right, Noe's in the house. I just watched a live from someone who has been in court. They said it's about 2 jurors they could see possibly entertaining a guilt verdict. Yes, there's probably going to be a hung jury. Look, prepare yourselves for this. You know there's going to be a hung jury, most likely. That's the odds are in the favor of a mistrial now. It's unfortunate. They better release him. They better release Richard Allen so he can get his health back. He can pursue some health on the part of his mental and physical and his family's lives, get things together. And you know, they're trying to get him so buried. They're probably going to bring new charges. Okay. And try him again. But at least for now, he needs to be released. You know who leaked the photos? The troll farm leaked the photos, okay? The troll farm leaked discovery. The troll farm leaked the photos. The troll farm needs to be prosecuted. Hello from Arizona. Richard Allen is responsible for the murder of Abby and Libby. Justice for the family. Guilty as charged. You don't say, Melanie? Guess what, Melanie? I'm going to do you a favor. Let me figure out where you are. I'm going to get you the fuck out of here immediately. Tell us, Melanie, since you're so smart, since you're so convinced, what was so convincing that he's responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby? What convinces you, Melanie, since you're obviously an idiot? Just please tell us what convinces you that he is. Are you aware, Melanie? Are you aware of this? That there's zero forensic evidence at the crime scene that places Richard Allen there. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that there's not one piece of Richard Allen's DNA left at that crime scene? Are you aware that there's not one piece of digital forensic evidence that places him there? Are you aware that there's not one witness who places him there? Are you aware that there's not one piece of the victim's DNA or blood or anything whatsoever at his house? Are you aware that there's not one piece of forensic evidence in his car when he was supposed to be allegedly muddy and bloody? Are you aware that there's not one piece of that girl's DNA or either of those girls' DNA on his clothing, on his Carhartt jacket, on his knives, on his gun, anywhere in his house, anywhere in his yard, anywhere in his vehicle, anywhere on his wife's anything, anywhere in his daughter's anything, that there's zero anything placing him at the crime scene or the victims on him? Are you aware of that? Are you also aware that at the time that he gave these coerced false confessions, that he was being threatened by Odinism with death and the death of his family, that he was being tortured in Westville? He was being tortured. And are you aware that he was undergoing a psychotic breakdown and being medicated with forced Haldol injections on top of his Prozac? Are you aware of that, Melanie? Because it seems to me like you don't know shit about this case, and you're only here to gaslight, inflame, and confuse the public. And you know what, Melanie? For that reason, you will be permanently banned. You'll never come in this channel again. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to remind everyone out there that don't know anything about this case, anyone who might not know, anyone who doesn't know a single thing about this case, just got the summary of the compelling reason to believe Richard Allen had nothing to do with this because of your bullshit statement. So thanks for coming in here and pretending you know what you're talking about, because you just gave us something to shine a light on. Okay. Oh, another question. Are you aware that the judge, the family, the prosecutor, and law enforcement are all related, are all members of secret societies and motorcycle gangs, and have trafficked, drug, and molested children? Are you aware of that as well? No, I didn't think so. So get the fuck out of here. Let's see, get you out of here. See you in another life, Melanie Brantner. All right. That's what we called sniping you. Okay. You got sniped. All right. Let's get back to the good people in the chat. What's up, Jerry? Jerry's in the house. Tracy, what's up, Tracy? Oh, that was Stank Jinx. Okay. Speak of motorcycle gangs covering up the murders of these two baby girls, Hell's Angel Jinx. Okay. Meth dealing ass fucking old lady. All right, where are we now? Greeno shit himself when you walked up to him and Marv. Oh yeah, I didn't even announce that. Are you aware that Stank Marv, Stank Marv, that man, you know that man named Jennifer Marvin, that dude Jennifer Marvin, got shit-faced drunk, was partying over the murders of two little girls, got shit-faced drunk, and vomited all over the place outside the courtroom. That's Greeno's personal hand warmer. Her butt cheeks, her ass cheeks, her hippopotamus-sized ass cheeks are Greeno's hand warmers on cold nights. Anyway. This case does need to go to the feds as a RICO. Local yokos have made a mess of the investigation and a circus of the proceedings, and they have stalked, harassed, doxed, threatened, and assaulted those of us who are wanting to see a fair outcome, due process, and the truth come out about the Delphi murders. All right. Who else is in here? JM, what up, JM? They have your name on a sign outside court along with other great YouTubers. So good to see. I didn't see that yet. I guess we'll see it. Let's see it. Show me a photo. Have you seen Netflix Making a Murderer? Yes. The case reminds me so much of it. Yes. And how they pinned the murders on innocent man. Yes. And Ellie was corrupt in a small town. Yes. Also, the boys on the tracks. Look at what they did. Okay. Prosecutor, law enforcement, good old boys. Thought about you this morning. One of the protesters at the courthouse this morning had a sign saying "Down with the troll farm." Yeah, I know. All right. Rolo says, oh, got rid of K. K comes in gaslighting. The worst information you've ever seen. Oh, is it really? You know what I left out? Thanks for coming in and gaslighting, K, because you almost made me forget that, you know what? We do have DNA at the crime scene. We do have DNA at the crime scene. You know what DNA we have at the crime scene? A fucking strand of Kelsey German's hair wrapped around Abby's dead, clenching hand. Okay? That's what we have. We have Kelsey's hair pulled out from the root, wrapped around the dead girl's hand. Thanks for coming in and gaslighting, Kay, so that I could not forget to add that detail to what we do have at the crime scene. All right. I saw the assault on Bob's life. Troll Patrol. Welcome into the membership, Tracy Turner. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Let's see what else. Hey, woman doing. I agree the BG was manufactured. They enhanced a few pixels. Excuse me. Oh, that's what we call a sneeze, y'all. That's a sneeze. Yeah, snarky ass angel. The hair wrapped around Abby's finger, and Nicholas McClellan goes after Richard Allen instead of getting Kelsey's devices and extracting the data. And instead of getting all the family's devices and extracting the data, no, instead, what did they do? They deleted 70 days of interviews, which included all that family. They didn't take the cell phone dumps from the family. They didn't verify any of their alibis, any of their stories. Remember, they're each other's alibis. Okay. Also, you're aware that Kelsey had 6-7 interviews in which the FBI was mean to her and treated her like a suspect. And where's all of that? Where are all of those interviews? Do you want to fuck around and find out? We'll do that. We'll fuck around and find out. We'll let you. Marianne Foster, what's up? Welcome. All right, Canadian Nana, welcome. Planted evidence on the phone between 5:44 and 10:30 p.m. Yes. And then turn the phone back on at 4:33 a.m. once the bodies were ready to be discovered. Once they had been moved and staged and the whole scene has been set up, then they made sure that people could then discover the bodies. Andrew says, that could be anyone. It's not real. Thank you, Andrew. Exactly. Welcome. Welcome in KMCB. Sure. All right. Did Sloan Bella say he's not involved? Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. Canada's best Nana. All right. What's up, y'all? I actually heard a podcaster state that Bridge Guy is responsible, and I thought, how do you know? Exactly. You know what? You know why they say that? Because the family and law enforcement has said so to distract you for 7 or 8 years, nearly 8 years. All right. How many people and law enforcement officers have been attacked and or eliminated that had evidence of this crime, including numerous law enforcement officers? Yeah. I really wanted to see how bad the 43 seconds video was. It's embarrassing. Exactly. Remember, Bridge Guy's the size of an ant. He's the width of a pixel or two. It's nothing. It's absolutely a fucking farce. Okay. All right, so Tracy Fleetwood, welcome in. What up? Jessica, welcome in. What up? All right. Prof, you think feds will open up investigation now that the crime scene photos have been leaked online? Oh, they've been sold online for years. Let's be real here, okay? Those crime scene photos, I have hard evidence, were being sold on the dark web for years. Yes, I see both chats, sweetie. All right. Jessica says, I came across a 4-year-old video from Sloan Bella today. She said BG isn't involved and saw some sort of collector's car. That's called the 1965 looking Comet car in an old garage. And she heard my teacher's brother and she seen 2 fire. Ooh, sounds like some good shit you're relaying there. Sounds like some good shit. Can't believe people want this man found guilty with zero evidence against him. Yeah, it's called bloodlust, or it's called covering up the real murderers of Abby and Libby, because that's what this community has been doing. And they are doing. That's what this troll farm is doing. And that's what these meth head ass gaslighting YouTubers are doing. That opens a door for a lower burden to be met in future cases, right? No evidence means not guilty, obviously. Fabricated. Welcome, Lisa Thomas. Fabricated is your word. Thank you. That's one of them. It's with AI assisted fabrication. It's called interpolated. They're interpolated pixels, and the audio has been interpolated as well. Kathy would have noticed Richard Allen leaving his house that night to unplug the headphones, and his car would have been spotted. Well, Richard Allen would have had to been there at 10:32 p.m. He also would have had to be there at 4:33 a.m. So you tell me, if it's just Richard Allen, how are the bodies not found when we had the fire chief himself saying that there were flashlights on that side of the creek exactly where the bodies were and no one found them? We have Eric Williams himself saying that he's a country boy, he wouldn't have missed those girls, and no one found them. And then you had 10:32 p.m. a cable being unplugged from the auxiliary jack. Then 4:33 a.m. you have the phone coming back on and the girls magically appearing. So how does that all happen? Oh, let's not forget that you had 2 a.m. horror screams in the wood. Screams rang out at the 2 a.m. hour in those woods. At the same time, Lesenby was there, and he chose not to have anyone check on it, instead calling the fire chief to come on over. The same fire chief who says there's no way those girls weren't found. All right. Yeah, Lesenby called off the search. Thanks, Lisa Thomas. Lesenby called off that search. The same guy. That's what I'm saying. He called off the search because it was too dangerous for the grown men, for the cops and firefighters and the burly guys in the family, the bikers. It was too dangerous out there for them to go and rescue and find their 2 little baby girls. But you know what? Instead, there's horror screams that ring out at 2 a.m. And instead of checking into it, they tell the caller, we're too busy at the moment to go check on it. Explain that one. All right. That be a gun sounds like a scripted line. This entire narrative is a script. It's an entire scripted narrative. They are sitting with untested hair, and we are waiting for a verdict already. Riddle me that. Okay. Framed and shamed this man. Yes, and there's according to Anthony Greeno, there's currently a hit on Richard Allen. Now, first of all, how would he know? Secondly, is he involved? Thirdly, why isn't Richard Allen being protected? And why is Greeno allowed to be there in the courthouse and in the line outside of the courthouse when he has himself threatened to personally kill Richard Allen, including several other of the trolls who have threatened to personally kill Richard Allen? Someone explain it. All right. Fireworks like boom, this information is going to shock. And then she saw an older lady who knows what happened. And I say, bite my nails, it shook me. What's up, Jessica? I don't necessarily understand what you just said, but hung jury means he'll stay in prison. No, we don't know yet. Free Richard Allen. Okay. Okay, what's up, Vladimir Pandowski? Yesterday, I saw a troll on a lawyer stream. They had a stock photo avatar and posted guilty or talking points like the phone headphones are bullshit. I know they not only do they legitimately exist, we know who they all are. Okay, we know who they all are. It's a troll farm. They've all been identified. Most of them are either directly related to the family, friends of the family. They're members of biker gangs. They're meth traffickers. We believe we have some dark web chomos. That's the troll farm. Okay. All right. We said that, didn't we, Prof? Thank you for your coverage and insight. Thank you, Meow. I'm expecting a hung jury. The sad thing is, I don't know if Rick will make it to a second trial. Oh, that's Kay's. That was Kay's bullshit. Thanks for allowing me to mention Kelsey's hair wrapped around dead Abby's fingers, Kay. All right, so you guys are awesome. Zero evidence. The family are all felons. The dad is a drug cooking, drug trafficking thief. Oh, we're talking about Derek German. Yes, remember my shack attacks. All of you guys, we've gotten so busy with this trial. We never do our shack attacks anymore. What's the shack attack? Oh, the shack attack is where we mention the unmentionables, the very thing that Mike Patty didn't want anyone to talk about. The shack, Derek and Cody, or should I say Cody, Derek, and the shack? Well, why can't we talk about Cody? Why can't we talk about Cody? Do you know there are allegations of Cody having inappropriate contact with these victims? Why can't we talk about Derek? He was supplying half the damn county or possibly half the damn state. Sure, like there would be no reason for anyone to want to have some sort of retribution against him. And why can't we talk about the shack when we had family members? We had Cody's mother herself saying that those girls were found in a shack. So we can't talk about Cody, Derek, and the shack? Shack attack. Arizona Dropbox. Oh, look, Mike. Thanks for coming in so I could document your channel. Sure, sue me. All you guys been threatening to sue me. Just sue, okay? Go ahead and sue. Go ahead, sue. Go ahead and sue. You and Gray Hughes and the family have threatened to kill me, to sue me, and all kind of other shit. Keep doing it, because every time we document it, that's that much more evidence about your trolling behaviors. All right. Holman has been inside the courthouse since early morning. Bet he's encouraging the jurors to vote guilty. She's ready to. Oh yeah, Melanie. Were you talking about Melanie? Melanie was ready to kill Richard Allen over her hunches. All right. Yeah, it could be Melanie sitting in. It could be Mike. Okay, Mike. Since you came in here gaslighting, Mike, threatening to sue. Guess what? It could be you sitting in Richard Allen's seat. And I hope one day it will be. Mike, guess what? I hope that one day you're in Richard Allen's position with 4 murder charges against your ass, 0 evidence, and that people are running around with torches and pitchforks on a witch hunt, wanting you dead, putting hits out on you. Hope it happens to you, Mike. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. Convicting the wrong guy is not justice for Abby and Libby. Abby and Libby would have hated the mere thought of what happened to Alan. Yeah, and if Abby and Libby could talk, what do you think they would say? That's why I have no problem whatsoever with the crime scene photos on social media. Let me tell you this. Those crime scene photos should be all over the internet. All over. I encourage all of you. Those crime scene photos should be spread like confetti all over the internet. You know why? Because the world deserves to know what happened to those girls if the state won't tell them. And if you feel differently, I'm sorry, feel differently. Those girls would want those photos everywhere. You know why? Those girls would want you to see what happened so that the truth can come to light about what happened to them. No, clip that shit. Not one witness ID'd him. True. They all gave totally different descriptions. True. One said young. True. One said buff. Yeah. One said beautiful. Yeah. One said 5'10", 5'11", muscular with a square jaw. All black, dressed in all black. Okay. So many people think they are insulated. This could happen to anyone from anywhere, from those in power. Wake up. Not to mention, he was being treated by a Gray Hughes fangirl. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. All right. I'm supposed to be saying hello to everyone so we can get into our discussion of what's going on. Let's. Hi, Prof. Do you think there will be a verdict today? Yes, probably. Probably. Maybe. If not, then tomorrow. I don't think we'll go to Monday. Missing Stolen Animals Ireland group. Hello from Ireland. Welcome from Ireland. Okay. Welcome, David. Oh, welcome, Sandy D. Summarize the fuck out of that shit. Thank you. It's a new day. Yeah. No, she begged for it. Melanie Branter begged for the summary and she got it. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to give you the summary, Melanie. Okay. Rich Buddy, what's up, Buddy Rich? You guys know who Buddy Rich was? His famous drummer who infamously abused his band members for years. Buddy Rich. I guess Rich Allen and Kohlberger go. I don't know anything about Kohlberger. I don't follow it. Thank you. That was absurd. What's up, Jessica? Very well done admonishment, JC. Thank you, JC. I want to hear your music now because I like people called the Music Man. I agree. There's sure a few on the jury that may not have an open mind. I'm sure there are. Yeah, they won't see the bullshit and believe me, they have been. It has been shielded from them, so they have not been able to be seen, to be shown the truth. Don't you think they will be furious when they get out of this and they start to watch all of our channels and they discover that there were sticks on those bodies in the shape of geometrical formations, which very, very closely resemble bind runes and that sort of thing? And don't you think they're going to be absolutely furious when they get out of that jury and they come into the real world? They start watching all of this information and consuming it, and they start discovering facts that were hidden from them. Don't you think those jury members are going to be furious? Don't you think they're going to step forward and speak what they have to speak about? And these state actors knew this entire time what they were doing. From day one, when they deleted those 70 days of interviews and law enforcement product and any records, they knew that what they were deleting. Okay, they knew what they were doing. When they set Richard Allen up, they knew what they were doing. When they brought him to trial, they knew what they were doing. When that Judge Gull sustained every objection from Nick McClellan, she knew what she was doing. Nick McClellan knew what he was doing in misrepresenting this case, and everyone absolutely knew and has known what they are doing, which makes them liable. All right. So we're 7 hours in, maybe. Yeah, we're only 1 hour in here, though. I don't do all the extra shit. I've already told you, I have told you before many times. I never feel the need to be first and all this shit. It's not worth it. I'd rather be right, and I'd rather be pertinent and succinct. So even though we do 3 or 4 hour shows, it's never meant to waste your time. It's the fact that this takes so much time to discuss and present. It goes into 3 and 4 hours. But I would love for these to be 7 or 8 minute videos because that's what actually hits the YouTube algorithm. If I was doing this for YouTube algorithm, I would do 7 or 8 minute videos or 5 minute videos. I'd do short videos and have hundreds and thousands of them, and hit the YouTube algorithm and quintuple or or 10 over or 100 over my channel. But instead, I'd rather sit here and give you thorough quality content and have a venue for you to discuss your thoughts, opinions, and feelings in the chat and in the comment section. So that's why we do it this way. And I have people all the time coming in and telling me there's too many gaps in my speaking, that I say too much, that we take too long, the shows are too long, all of this. I don't give a shit. I could care less. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. If it's too long for you and you still want the info, put it on the replay and put it on double speed. I don't care. You can go move the cursor to the minute marker you want to watch. I do this the way that I do it because it's the best way I know how to do it. If there was a better way, I'd be doing it. And if I was doing it for the algorithm, like I said, we'd have 3 to 7 minute videos. Unfortunately, I can't do what I want to do with a 3 to 7 minute video. So it is the way that it is, but we're in verdict watch. Hopefully we get a verdict today. If we don't, hopefully get one tomorrow. If it goes over the weekend, then maybe we'll get one Monday, but whatever, we'll be here. My goal today was to watch the Twitter. So what we'll be doing as soon as I get through this chat, we'll be jumping on the Twitter and checking out the Twitterverse, because all the best and most up-to-date comes on Twitter. So that's what we'll be monitoring today. I also have about 5 people over there at the courthouse, literally 5 people of my people at the courthouse. A few are in the courtroom, a few are outside of the courthouse. They'll be sending me in real time text messages and whatnot, keeping us abreast of what's going on. But I got my people over at the courthouse, in and out of the courthouse. So that's where we are. And I'm sitting comfortably in my home in the middle of a snowstorm in Colorado, enjoying it. So that's where we are. Okay. Cynthia, where is Cynthia? I am new here. Okay, welcome, Cynthia. Everyone who's just watching, please join the chat. Please join the chat. The chat is wonderful. And if you're on the replay, please join the comment section. It's also wonderful. We have a wonderful community here. We basically take care of each other. That's what and we appreciate each other. We don't shame anyone for differences of opinion. We shame for gaslighting, for harassment, for bullying, and all of that stuff. Welcome, Shelly. I'm new here too. Just found the channel 3 or 4 days ago. I love and respect the channel. Well, thank you, L at Night. Thank you. New to the case, says Kimberly. What are the Odinists? The Odinists are a cover for dirty white boys, white supremacists, meth trafficking, prison gangs who get out of prison and terrorize their local communities. We call them the Indiana or the Midwestern domestic terrorists. They are at the center of this crime. They are the center of the online harassment. Now, what it begins to look like is that maybe someone tried to set up certain Odinists like Brad Holder. We're not sure on that yet, because we find it very odd that the crime scene is the bodies are moved and then staged, and the sticks are staged. There's so many elements of staging on the bodies and at the crime scene, and that those staging elements would point towards the Odinist. I at least find to be a little strange, and maybe possibly indicative of a setup, but we're still figuring all that out. All we know at this moment is that it's very unlikely that those girls were ever chased down the hill and then across the creek and murdered by a lone wolf predator seeking some sort of sexual gratification, as is alleged by the state of Indiana. So we don't believe it's ever happened that way. That we think that's the cover story. We think it's more likely that those girls were separately victimized. Okay. They were brought to the crime scene in the cover of darkness while a perimeter had been established by the family members and the volunteer searchers, fire department, police, and all that. They had cordoned off the area, established a perimeter, brought the girls in, moved them, staged them, set it all up to be discovered. and then opened up the cordon or the perimeter and allowed the bodies to be discovered. That's what we think happened. All right. All right. The one who puked over the courthouse lawn and the sidewalk. Yes. Stank. Jank stanks. All right. I missed the video of Jank stanks of assaulting Bob. Oh, you'll see it. Don't worry. I used to have so much faith in the ideals of law and justice. This case just makes me sick because it's the abuse of the legal system. See, there are laws, there is justice, there is a system. It's the abuse of that system which is the problem. It's the abuse of the privileges of power that is a problem. Okay. I wouldn't ride Marvin to battle. I thought she said she wasn't going to go anymore. She needs to sit the fuck out and give others a spot. Marv should have been arrested. It's against the law in Indiana to be publicly intoxicated. You can't walk down the street with a drink in your hand. No open containers. My 17-year-old is watching this with me, and he just said, "Who is this?" He speaks like the male version of you. He's not wrong. What's up, Dieter? Oh, what's up? What's up, 17-year-old? And what's up, Miss Dieter? All right. Thank you guys for appreciating it. I'll try to watch the language then. I'll try to watch the language. The worst thing I saw a creator do was drunk Marv and Greeno. They told their audience Richard Allen was laughing at the crime scene photos in the first week. I unsubscribed immediately. They're pieces of shit. And they're covering up the murders of 2 baby girls. And they're threatening to kill, dox, and expose everyone who would advocate for due process and accountability on the part of law enforcement and the legal system. All right. After this election, I wonder if the FBI will be back. Well, let's hope so. Let's hope that after this verdict, the FBI pounces on this entire cartel. Have you heard of the yogurt shop murders in Austin, Texas? No. Hell's Angels run no hood in California. I'm from LA. The saddest part about this is that when acquitted, Richard Allen will have to restore his life and mind in so many ways. Yes, and he'll have to leave. He's not safe at all anywhere in the Midwest. He'll have to totally change his identity and totally change his location to even be able to not be victimized. I worked with Andy Baldwin on cases in the past. He is very down to earth and a very good guy. That's what everyone who knows Andy says. I've watched Bob get assaulted. He has lots of patience, praying the jury finds Richard not guilty. Well, that would be the optimal outcome. Toronto, Canada, Chantel. Thank you. Thank you from Canada. There's also the DNA of a law enforcement officer, state police on Abby's sweatshirt. We want to know about that. We need to know about that. There has to be more about that. Guess what? It's not Richard Allen. It may seem significant, says Megan, but it's telling to me that there's nothing nefarious on any of his devices. If he was guilty, I'd have to expect something. And that hair is such a red flag. I mean, come on. Not only his devices, think about this. Do you know that it's not just his devices? They keep saying, well, he must have ditched that phone. He ditched that phone. Sure, he could have ditched the phone. What about the social media, though? What about the apps? You know that they went into all of the apps, all of the messaging, all of the phone number based shit in his entire digital history of his life. There's zero in the entire forensic exploration of his life and his family's lives. There's zero. There's 0, 0, 0 on him, other than confessions that were coerced by Odinist guards who were literally threatening to kill him and his family, while simultaneously he's being medicated by a true crime fangirl who's talking to him about the case and the chatter on social media while injecting him with Haldol injections forcibly on top of his Prozac. Now you tell me. There's male DNA in the bodies of these girls. All right. I loved all of the signs. YouTubers supporting Richard Allen. We fight for justice. Down with the railroading. Down with the cover-ups. Down with corruption. Down with the bullshit. Is it true Baldwin asked for an arrest warrant for Elvis when the jury was out? Yes, because he wants it for purposes of future appeal. Okay. Why wasn't there any of his DNA on the girls? According to friends of the girls, one of them would get into physical fights with bullies. I find it hard to believe they did not even fight back. Yeah, and keep in mind, one of them was 200 pounds and a softball player. He was asleep with Kathy when that phone found under Abby had a headset unplugged from it. All rise for the realest of them, the prof. Thank you, Ashes. Troll allergies. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, Rebby Lee, for the super chat. I'm thankful for Melanie, the troll, despite her obvious stupidity. Bless her heart. Truth matters. They remind us we must continue to keep on and continue support for the brave people who educate us. Thank you. And you know what? We have to keep talking, because if we're not talking, no one's talking. If we're not talking, the only ones talking are those trying to cover up the murders of 2 little girls. Something about Kelsey's face, you just see right through the nasty evilness. Yes. And Abby's entire body was cleaned, almost as if she was in a bathtub and showered off. Most kind, thank you from the Prof channel. Yes, thank you. Well, Cynthia says, I didn't know this. Well, God bless you, Cynthia, and thanks for being here. If someone can get practically the whole town to be quiet, not sure how that can be. No one got to the jury. I don't know. Investigate the investigators. That's what we want. Investigate the investigators. Something was plugged into the headphone jack and something was unplugged at 10:32, and it was unplugged at 10:32 p.m. And remember, then you had the search called off, then you had horror screams, then you had the body suddenly appear and the phone come back on. Explain that shit. What's up, Just James? Nick loves his step cousin-in-law. Molly says, I love your passion on the case. I feel the same about this family. Can't help it. They put themselves right in the middle of this with all the lives. They went on a nationwide media campaign to spread a false narrative. Nick has a cousin named Clint McClellan who works for Delphi PD, and even he will tell you that Rick's not the guy. Rick's not the guy. Show Mr. Snay some love at old Rick Snay, our Snay. Okay, Delphi After Dark, Rick Snay. He's funny. He's hilarious. He's passionate. He cares about these murders being solved. So ask the Fed agents if they did interviews that disappeared, quote unquote. Thanks. Good one there. Good one there. Something to keep in mind. I'm sure nothing from the feds has disappeared. I saw that video yesterday. They replayed it during closing arguments as well, showed the crime scene photos. Oh, do you mean the original BG video? Is that what you're talking about? The original still pic of BG on my community page. It looks like a sheriff's uniform, very different from the enhanced version. Not only that, it's all black. He's in all black. What did our witnesses describe? A large man in all black. Kelsey was shitting bricks at being interviewed by law enforcement. What will she be like when the feds take over? I need a diagram at this point of all the corrupt and guilty people. It's so many people can't keep up. It's a cartel. Yes, the crime scene photos were on the dark web. We have verification of that, and I have it all documented. Don't worry your sweet ass about it. Remember when they said it was the stuff nightmares are made of? Yes, and that the community would be shocked. All right. I'm nervous, says Shay. I thought they've come to a decision by now. No, because you got to understand, facts about this case were hidden from the jury. It's criminal. It's a organized criminal organization. This is rife for a RICO. We need a RICO. They hid facts from the jurors so that the jurors could not be informed enough to make a proper decision. So, of course, they can't make a unanimous, proper decision of not guilty because they don't have all the information. They will discover the information when they issue their verdict. They go out free into the world. They start consuming all the information around the Delphi murders. They discover everything about the Odinism, about the Todd Click investigation, about the Ferenczi murder, about the confessions of multiple people regarding these murders, including a true crimer, and all that surrounds this case. They will be discovering this. They will be discovering this channel and other channels like this. And what do you think they're going to say when they discover that they made a decision on this man's fate without all of the information? How just is that? Timeline doesn't make sense. Exactly. It doesn't make sense. There's no proof of life of those girls. There's no proof of who murdered them. Even if Richard Allen was here, there, there's still no proof that he physically murdered those girls or was involved in the murders. Bloodlust is gross. People with it form packs. Dieter, thank you so much for $5 Canadian super chat. Originally, I didn't want to suspect family, but now all I can think is why all the provable lies if you're not trying to cover your own ass. That's what I'm saying. I'm asking this question. Why has the family endeavored to lie about the murders of their children? Why have they supported internet trolls to go around and stalk, harass, and terrorize creators and community members over these murders? Why? Hey, Mata, why are you throwing a mic in front of Frank Meister? Yeah, Mata. Look, I'm not the biggest Mata fan, but I'm glad that he was assaulted by Jinx. Personally, I have no interest in even seeing the photos, as I've seen many gruesome crimes firsthand in California state prisons and Sinaloa, Mexico, where I'm from. What up, Rolo? Thank you. Where's the majority of Abby's blood? Exactly. You know what I believe? I believe she was already dead. She was already washed. She was already dressed. Then she was transported to crime scene, laid down, and throat slit and neck sliced surgically to let a little blood dream out. It's part the slice on her neck is part of the staging, in my opinion. Crime scene photos that were censored during trial, eyes in private areas blurred. Then Nicholas McClelland shows them uncensored yesterday to excite pure emotion. Very disgusting. Yeah. What he did yesterday was a manipulation. And if you guys go back and you review his closing statements, you will see that Nicholas McClelland is a emotionally manipulative piece of shit. What he did yesterday in his closing arguments was absolutely disgusting. It was narcissistic, manipulative control tactics over the jury, and I am furious about it, and we will be breaking it down at a later point. They said yesterday there was an officer at the search that claimed he walked past the area where the girls' bodies were located and didn't see them. It never happens. Never happens. What about Shane Evans, the ex-mayor? At the press conference where the law enforcement played the recording of BG, he looked very uncomfortable in comparison to the other officials next to him. Yes, remember, he looked like he was shitting bricks. He looks like he was about to have a heart attack. He was about to vomit. He was giving birth. And Jerry Holman was making shit-eating, grin, funny faces at him during that very moment. Pardon. I'm actually glad they've been out for a long time. It means they're going to do everything with they're going through everything with fine-tooth comb. Yes, we'll probably end up in a hung jury mistrial. What are the jurors who find him guilty going to do when they find out what they don't know? That's what I'm saying, Brenda. Thank you, Brenda. Welcome. I think the arson murders and murder of Ferenczi need to be investigated by the feds. Yes, absolutely. I truly believe we're dealing with a cartel, a white boy redneck cartel in Indiana who is responsible for all of this and responsible for all of the online terrorism regarding the Delphi murders case and the Flora girls. How fragile of a man he was. He could never commit this crime and go on with his life for 5 years. And why did no one in the community, when he was holding such public positions as working behind a counter in retail, why did no one in the public ever identify him? Think about it. Could the 2 a.m. screams be Megan Allen? Sure could. If Richards could also be Libby. If the Richards jacket had blood stains on it, they would have admitted it into evidence. No stains. Not only no stains, no DNA, no blood stains, no nothing, not even on one of the knives. They made sure to tell you how many knives he owns or owned, but they didn't tell you that there was zero DNA. Bringing up those knives was irrelevant. If there's zero blood, zero DNA, zero forensic on any of those weapons, mentioning the weapons, period, was totally irrelevant. It was gaslighting and trying to establish guilt by coincidence to the jury by saying that he owned a lot of knives. Those sticks were cut by a saw. One of them was. One of them was. All right. Andrew, welcome, Andrew. Trail cameras show someone on them. Who was it? It was one of the searchers. Yeah. I live in Indiana. Welcome, Kimmy, the Dirt Witch. And state police messed that up. S. Zena Shrum. Can anyone explain the significance of Todd Click and his arrest? Good guy or bad guy? Good guy. He's the guy that did all of the research into the facts that there were sticks on these bodies and there were confessions from these individuals and their women regarding involvement in the Delphi murders. And because he did that, and because his information was used by part of this defense team in an attempt to get the truth out and into this case in front of the jury, he was targeted, he was set up, and he was arrested. He's a good guy, just like his murdered partner, Greg Ferenczi of the FBI, who was targeted, shot in cold blood outside of his FBI office in Terre Haute. It's a total scam. It's a white boy meth trafficking cartel that is involved in these murders and covering up the murders, and with all of these fires and all of these targeted assassinations around this case. And one day you'll figure it out. They're also on the internet, and I'm sure they'll go after you if you start talking about it too much. Don't mean to be oblivious here, but how long has Murder Sheets known about all of this? Murder Sheets in the dead center of all of this. They've colluded with Jerry Holman and law enforcement since the very beginning. They are part of the problem. They're the mouthpiece of law enforcement in the attempts to cover this up. That's what they are. Okay, welcome, Pumpkin. I didn't hear anything about the screams at 2 a.m. Yes, I have them documented. There's screams at 2 a.m. witnessed by Taya Miller. She witnessed screams at 2 a.m., horror screams in the woods out there while she was searching at 2 a.m. Called law enforcement. Law enforcement said they were too busy to deal with it at the moment, even though Toe Pleasanby was out there with Sterrett. And Mike Patty was in a canoe with others. Horror screams. The stick looked whittled. I wonder if it was one of the weapons. Yeah, there's no word gun. That's all a fabrication. Remember, this is a script. I was on the trail yesterday when I was in Delphi. Peoples are creatures of habit. Saw Dave McCain on bike around 2:15. Betsy Blair was walking with someone at 2:36. Khalid. Blessings from Medina, respected scholar. My opinion is they were taken to the local Masonic temple for a sacrifice. Maybe evidence in that place. I don't think so. I think they were possibly taken over to the quarry, to the limestone quarry. That's a holy place in the Masonic lore. Okay, you got to learn about the history of Delphi and the Omphalos. That quarry is the Omphalos. Okay, this is the new world. The new world is the old world. The old world is the new world. Prof, maybe I've been missing it, but I haven't heard much about Abby's family. Do you have info or thoughts on them? Yes, they were involved in the meth trade with Mr. Derek German, Libby's father. The families are connected by methamphetamine, okay? Babs 3652. I'm speculating that the Fed agents were on track of something and that they conducted the interviews. When they were out of the picture, their interviews disappeared. I did hear Libby indicate there was no path at the end of the bridge. Maybe they were planning to go meet someone, but we don't know when that was taken. Remember? We don't know if they were alive on that day. If I'm remembering right, Mike Patty took a already planned canoe trip the morning of the 14th at 5 a.m. right near the area. Not saying he's involved or anything, but I remember that he took a canoe trip in the dead of night when the bodies were being moved and staged. Okay. Diane C. Good riddance. Okay. I just subscribed to your channel, but thankfully I don't need your subscription, Diane, if you're going to come in and be angry and project your anger onto me. Uh, but thankfully, I heard you respond to a comment Melanie made and learned that any differing opinion is not welcome. No, it's welcome, but not the way she did it. So don't gaslight me. You're a very angry man. No, I'm not. You're an angry person projecting your anger onto me. I hope you do unsubscribe and never come back. And in order to assist you with that task, I'm going to block you now. Okay, so let me block you. There you go. Ban user, delete comments. Boom, done. Okay. I'm not the angry person here. That be a gun. Who talks like that, especially if a gun pointed at you? I mean, do we think Libby was ghetto? Are we saying Libby was ghetto? Is Libby ghetto? Is that where we're with the F a hit? Oh my God, devastating. My heart hurts for Kathy and Richard. Yeah, yeah, it's all been documented, submitted to attorneys. Don't worry, and law enforcement. Hi from UK. What's up, Deborah Rowe? Would you tell us what you think happened to the girls for the newbies? It's all over the channel. Go check out The Truth About Delphi Part 1. It's one of the recent lives I did. Truth About Delphi Part 1. Meow. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the judge also say they couldn't bring third-party culprits because their DNA wasn't at the crime scene? But neither was Richard Allen's. But Kelsey's was. Make it make sense. Yeah. Is the nexus Kelsey's DNA? Okay. Welcome, Chrissy. 8707. In my humble opinion, jurors don't follow directions. If there's an iota of doubt, equal not guilty. Who knows? Informants get away with murder. Yeah, they also get away with terrorizing us on the internet. And everything's been documented. It will be handled. Okay. Diane, your opinion is not based on reality. So honestly, we don't care what you think. Thank you, Emily, for representing the Prof channel here. Thank you. Appreciate that. You guys are awesome, amazing chat. I asked about Quino's threat yesterday, and YouTube booted me for 24 hours for harassment. Okay, that's what they do. You know what? They love abusing the YouTube policies. So, although they can make channels and they can endlessly post and dox me and post my family members and my parents and all of this shit, I can report it thousands of times. Nothing ever gets done. But if I put one of their photos up, immediately it gets removed. They are gang stalkers. Okay, they have 50 to 100 accounts between the 15 of them, and they know how to abuse and manipulate the system. That's why people who see stuff are afraid to tell because they might get arrested. The real question, says Sandy, everyone needs to ask their government, why the F is the dark web not being monitored? Exactly. Why is it not being shut down? That would solve a lot of crimes. You see how France did. Okay, remember what France did to Telegram because they knew a lot of this CSAM and dark web shit was taking place on Telegram. So France did something about it. And what was the funny thing about it? All of the French media reported it accurately. And you know what the US mainstream media did? They spun it and they made it seem like the owner of Telegram was the victim rather than saying the reason the French government did it was because of the amount of CSAM that was being spread. That's why you cannot listen to the mainstream media. They're full of shit. Look at what they did with this election. Okay, the mainstream media is a problem in the United States of America. Isn't Greeno also a suspect? I thought no one has been cleared. No one has been cleared. Not one of the family, not one of the YouTubers, not one of the community members. No one. We haven't cleared anybody. Is the way that Doug Carter said it immediately after the arrest of Richard Allen. He also said we have all federal agencies at our disposal, and we're going to go back over this. So we'll see what they actually do. Why is he allowed them to do this to Richard Allen? Becky Patty said they took our girls. It was a kidnapping initially. Family knew way earlier. No 911 call to Ellie sort of confirms it was a kidnap. Seems like it was a kidnapping, doesn't it? At least for one of them. Hi, Prof. So this is running on both their channels? Yes. Yes. This isn't an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. Jeez. Get out of here, you guys. Thanks for the input, True Crime Grit. You try to stay as neutral as possible. That deserves our support. Yes, we appreciate that support. Nick McClelland was a defense attorney. Look up his docket for February 13, 2017. Yeah, and also look up Shane Evans and Tobe Lesenby's whereabouts. Richard is innocent. It's like the Jay Slater case, lines and hiding the body till it was then dumped, lies and hiding the body till it was then dumped in a ravine that had already been searched. It's a disgrace. I don't know about the Jay Slater case, but absolutely that sounds spot on. Thanks for being here, Lisa. Okay. I'm so trying to catch up with all of your chats. Please just give me a moment because I'm trying to give everyone the attention they deserve. Okay. Do you know that Keegan had contact with them too? Yes, he did. Know who didn't? Richard Allen. You guys think the family did it? New here. No, we don't think the family did it. We think the family has lied about it since day one. Who is the family protecting? Who is the family covering for? So, black-haired chick 10. That's what we actually think. Don't put words in our mouth. We think the family has lied since day one to cover someone's ass. Who are they covering for? One of them was posed like Hangman Tarot, which means sacrifice, new beginning. Yes. And one of them was posed like the magician. Okay. Johnny Blaze, 80-30. I hope the family members sue you for every penny. For what? I've said nothing they could sue me for. I've said absolutely nothing. Johnny Blaze, let me correct you here. I've said absolutely nothing they could ever sue me for. Take that to the bank. That tactic does not work with us anymore. Okay. You've pulled this shit with people for 7.5 years to shame them, blame them, and scare them off of speaking the truth about the Delphi murders. That tactic doesn't work. Okay. They've sent Gray Hughes after me to come with this. They've obviously sent you. They send others. It's always a troll account. I could give zero fucks about what you have to say about me being sued, because I know myself there's been absolutely nothing I've said that I could be sued for. So for doing that, and I noticed that you created your account around the time of the murders. So let me ask you this. Are you involved in the Delphi murders? You're permanently gone, Johnny Blaze. All right, now. Okay, so you say, that being said, and after listening to the case, I don't believe this is the guy. I believe he was drugged and coerced into the confessions when he was drugged. Yes, but not only was he drugged, he was also he was being threatened with death on an ongoing manner. In an ongoing manner, he was being threatened with death, and they were threatening to kill his family. They were threatening to kill him and his family while he was being forcibly drugged. So you understand what I mean? That would coerce most people. and he was being tortured, and the jury saw evidence of that. Let me ask you: are most of you aware of what the jury saw regarding his torture? When this is all done in the next week or two, we will be giving you the details of the video with his torture, and you will understand that he was tortured, and the jury saw clips of his torture. And wouldn't they have been looking at the water first for the girls, like in case they fell in? Yes, and they didn't see the clothes either. That was Quino and the troll farm involvement YouTube blocked me out for. It must have hit on something. Okay, kids. Kimmy, thanks for the $1.99 super chat or super sticker, whatever that is. Okay. I read a bio on the judge, and it said she helped convicts who had drug issues stay off drugs. How ironic. I'm sure she helped the Germans, all right. No real individual involved in organized crime would ever trust Greeno with that kind of info, especially an Aryan organization trusting a sellout Salvadorian. Abby Gun sounds like some catch me outside type shit. Threatened because you have your own opinion. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. See, they've controlled social media. I've said to you, and any of you who are new here, I want you to understand. For 7 years, they've run people off of speaking about openly about this case. If you go you research, find out how many YouTubers they've run off this case with death threats, intimidation, doxing, harassment. They've run so many people off of this case. They tried to run me off this case, but I didn't let it happen. But they succeeded with many, many, many off this case. Why would the family be supporting that? They thought the proceedings would be kept in the dark, didn't count on fantastic defense lawyers keeping eyes on it, taking notes, and keeping the public informed. Yes. Bingo, the felons are the felons, and the kids find out about the criminal enterprise and had words with them, ending in this tragedy. I don't know. All right. All right. See, I got to get Matt out of here. Okay. Gray Hughes threatened you. He threatened to that I would be sued. Like I give a fuck what he says. When Kelsey said standing at the scene with that friend was a wonderful moment, I said, what in the hell? And life is extraordinary. And I wish I was talking to Anthony Schatz. The trolls have been going nuts. Let me tell you another interesting thing. You guys are not going to believe this, but it's actual factual. So jury selection began, the trolls went silent. The entire troll farm went silent when jury selection began. Yesterday, when the jury was released to deliberation, the trolls exploded back onto the scene. Now ask yourself this. Why would the trolls collectively disappear during the trial and collectively emerge and reactivate once deliberations begin? It's almost as if they were given an order to stand down during trial, which they did collectively. Lockstep. Simultaneously, they all disengaged. And then yesterday, as soon as closing statements ended and the jury was released to deliberate, they simultaneously all engaged, or they were reactivated. I like to say it like this. The entire troll farm reactivated yesterday when the jurors went to deliberation. Now let me ask you, why would that happen? Doesn't it indicate someone behind the scenes calling the shots that could tell them all to stand down and they all do so simultaneously, and then tell them to reactivate and they all reactivate simultaneously? Trust me, what you're going to be seeing after this verdict is released, we're going to be going head deep or headlong into a extended expose on the troll farm. Okay, we're going to be showing you all about them, how they work, what they do, who they are, the whole 9 yards. Okay. If it's that big of a cover up, the jury could be rigged too. Well, that's the unfortunate part. But think about this: it'd be absolutely impossible to rig the jury for a unanimous guilty verdict because you would have to have all 12 jurors compromised. Okay. The alternative is more likely. It's easy to have one or two of the jurors compromised and then ensure that you get a hung jury, which I think that's what we're going to have. That was a guy called Caldwell, whose voice the bridge guy actually does sound like, or the voice on the bridge guy video. Oh, try to get footage of it, Adrian. Let's get the footage together. We're taking record. The important thing during this harassment, anytime you're receiving this dark web chomo harassment or troll farm harassment, make sure that you're getting documentation. That's the most important thing in the moment, to document. So hopefully, Adrian, you're able to document. Okay, that's all we need. Remember, these are dark web chomo harassers. These are criminal underworld harassers. These are Patty Family Troll Farm. These are bikers, meth dealers, white supremacist freak harassers. It's important that you document for future purposes, okay? So when you're having troll farm harassment, you make sure you document. If I'm ever arrested for something, I'm going to pick a judge and not a jury to determine my fate. Disappointment in one person is easier in my heart than disappointment in 12. What's up, Chrissy 8707? Any doubt equals not guilty. Well, that's the judge's instructions didn't instruct that. Okay. The judge's instructions said not beyond all possible doubt, but only beyond a reasonable doubt. So the judge was trying to coerce them differently, that if you have just a little doubt, it's cool. But I don't think the juries will buy it. Like I said, I have many friends sitting there in the courtroom in this entire trial. What they have told me is that the jury has been somewhat smiling in the direction of Kathy Allen, and a large number of the jurors have been compassionately looking over at the defense table, et cetera. So I think we're going to have a lot of reasonable minded. Think about it. We've got a school counselor, we've got a psychologist, we've got someone who had been incarcerated before wrongly, has PTSD from all kind of abuse. So we got a whole lot of sympathetic, intelligent type of jurors. That's why there's absolutely no way we get a unanimous guilty verdict. So you can just ease your nerves on that. If Abby and Libby could talk, they'd let us know who the true killers were. And trust me, they are smiling down upon us. Pray for the idiots who threaten people having different opinions. Nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Almost sounds like a Bible verse. Emily, don't say that. You could have one person fighting for you out of the 12. Some people are very convincing. You never know. 12 could have a better chance, I think. All right. I think we would all be in shock if Abby and Libby could talk. Well, that's an absolute fact. I wish they could talk. Jesus, please let it be. You guys pray, and pray, okay? You pray, and you ask them. You say, please show me. Please show me. I'm really glad I found your channel. Welcome in, Tam. I knew something smelled really foul in this case. I just wasn't sure what. Well, it's a cover-up. It's a cover-up. Cover-up is what smells foul. Lisa, welcome again. Says lots of online psyops almost everywhere in our lives. Absolutely. Again, like, you don't know who I'm talking to. So one of the number one most villainous people in Indiana, on top of these gangs, has relayed to someone I know that the internet is the playing ground these days. They have learned, just like all of us use the internet to expedite, facilitate, and make our lives easier, and transact business, etc. These gangs know that the internet is useful. So they have learned to transition their dealings onto the internet. Okay. So it's done on the end. Everything is done online. It's easier to fight these wars on the internet with information warfare than it is in real life on the sidewalks. So that's what they do now. That's why we have these domestic terrorist freaks that have covered up these murders and potentially were involved in these murders operating on social media, because it's where this takes place. Okay. Sloan is a famous psychic. She said Abby showed her fireworks and an older woman who knows what happens. What happened? Prof I will be getting notifications because I got a handful of people out there in the courthouse, in and out. So we'll see. L at night. Hey, Prof. New here. Love your channel. Well, thanks. And I love having you. The chat loves having you here. We love the chat. The chat loves everyone coming in. All right, let's see. If they try saying they were hung today, the judge will send them back because it's been long enough, won't she? She'll send them back repeatedly, trust me. She will. But eventually, I mean, if they're hung and they're permanently hung, it's gonna, if it's hung jury and it's a real hung jury, it's never gonna be settled. And so then you'll get what you get. Agree about the crime scene photos. You're right. We should see them because we can tell it wasn't done by one person in a crime of opportunity. Yes, that's what I mean. And look, I don't like it. I don't like the fact that their dead bodies have to be shown, but you have to see their dead bodies with the sticks on top and how they were left in those woods so you can understand this isn't Richard Allen wanting to sexually assault those girls and chasing them across the creek and leaving them like that. This is something different. Josh Womack, glad I found your channel. This is refreshing. You're right. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, the chat is where it's at. That's what I say. Oh, yeah, Prof. If I were a jury member, I would be infuriated. Yeah, you mean when they come out of that jury, after they have already dealt this man his fate, then they are going to learn details about the case? Absolutely criminal. Prof knows his way around the piano. We call him jazz hands. I think the jury has decided to solve the case. I'm retired and I've listened from day one. I've listened to both sides and researched as much info as I could. At the end, I'm still waiting to be convinced this man is guilty, period. Exactly. And thank you so much. From PLE Feet. Thank you. The killer was known to these girls, trusting and believing in them. Either Weber or someone close they trusted. It cost them their lives. Richard Allen wasn't involved. Runes. McClellan has a tattoo, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, there are sticks in Weber's garage. That's what I'm saying. Like, wait until we see all the evidence. Trust me, this crime is so close to being solved. It basically has been solved. Okay, this crime has been solved, but it's not the narrative law enforcement has given you. And when all of this comes to the surface, when all of this discovery rises to the surface, and all of this evidence that's already been presented in the courtroom when all of this rises to the surface, the crime will be solved, and you will see that it's absolutely nothing like what you have been shown and what the family and the state has given you as a narrative of this crime. I'm sorry, says Andrew. Richard Allen doesn't seem like a criminal mastermind. He planned all of this from the drive at his to his mom's house and pulled it off to perfection with 0 issues in 19 minutes. Exactly. And without leaving one shred of forensic evidence, not one fiber from his clothing, not one piece of DNA, not one drip of sweat, one drop of blood, blah, blah, blah. And how was he muddy and bloody? How was he bloody from the knees down like he had slaughtered a hog, then got in his car, drove all the way home, and somehow managed to not leave one piece of blood in that car? If he was bloody from the knees down like he slaughtered a pig, how did he not leave any evidence in that vehicle? It's total bullshit. I think the photos can only be seen on a dark web, and I wouldn't get into that mess if I was you. No, they're everywhere now. They're everywhere now. I can see it now. Jurors crying on Dateline or 2020 or something on the Prof show. I hope they do and pray they do the right thing. You know, and it should make you furious that the state straight to our face showed us the corruption. They don't give a shit that everyone's seen the corruption. I mean, it's obvious. Look at the bias that that the judge has shown. She has exhibited very obvious and clear bias. And she did not care. She did not care. They think he'd live long enough. They counted on it. They didn't think he'd live long enough. They counted on it. That's why no evidence gathering, just prolong it. Yeah, they thought they could coerce him into confessions, they could force a plea deal, or that he would just die. And none of the above happened, so they're fucked. Justice for Abby and Libby. And yes, however we can find the actual killer, or does that even matter? Oh, it matters. Trust me. You don't understand what's about to erupt onto the scene after this verdict. Yes, it was gross. They forced him to answer to allegations of sexual abuse that never happened. And remember, there was a conspiracy for the media to come out and say that his daughter says that she does not love him anymore. And that media came out and said, the daughter says, "No, I don't love my father," which was a complete and utter lie. And it was done to taint your image of this man, just like accusing him of being a child molester was done to taint your image of him. Just like everything that has been done to him has been to influence the public perception about who he is. That's why they never allowed him to be seen in beautiful images or in a suit or dressed well or handsome. They show you the same old mug shots, the same horrible images of him. They paraded him around like he was Hannibal Lecter, chained, bound, guarded by large numbers of law enforcement, walked him around in a shock vest like he was the most dangerous man on earth, solely to parade him out there like that, to influence a public perception of who he was, to make him guilty in the public's eyes before they ever knew about a single detail about this case. The entire way that he was paraded around like that was done for PR purposes. What I saw, they were definitely posed, and I did not see a lot of blood around Abby at all. No, there was a minimal amount of blood under Abby's back, and that came from the secondary wounding after she was already dead and on the scene, in my opinion. I think she was probably dead first. Okay, my conspiracy theory at this point is she's already dead. They lay her down at the scene. They cut her so that a little blood comes out. And that's part of the staging. Then they bring Libby at a later time at 2 a.m. or so. That's probably her whose voice is heard screaming bloody horror screams in the woods when she sees Abby or when she realizes she's going to be murdered. Then they brutally murder Libby. And once she expires, they then drag her body over to next to Abby and lay her there next to Abby. So what you end up with two victims separately killed possibly with different weapons, separately staged. One's clean and dressed with Kelsey's hair around her finger. The other one is nude and brutally slaughtered with a large amount of blood all over, including footprints in blood, including being hung upside down or carried upside down so that her blood dripped this way. Okay. That's what they did to her. And they want you to believe that somehow that's Richard Allen or a lone wolf killer who chased those girls across the creek in 19 minutes in a sexually uh, obsessive manner, and because he got spooked, decided to accomplish all that. Khalid, hi, Mr. P. First ever live blessing. 61 confessions might seal his fate, but I don't think he did it. But personally, he knows a lot more. Peace be unto y'all. We don't know what he knows. None of us have spoken with him, but we know this. Those confessions, absolutely, they mean absolutely nothing. They mean absolutely nothing. There's nothing to those confessions. We've studied them all. We've done a timeline with them all. We've gotten testimony from the two doctors, the one who was injecting him and the supervisor. They both allege that he was having a psychotic episode, that he was forcibly injected. We know, due to his own statements to his attorneys, that the Odinist guards were threatening to kill him and his family. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Josh Womack says he's innocent. Richard Allen is. It's a gut feeling. He's been railroaded by the tyrant agents of the system of evil. Pure evidence of how absolute power corrupts absolutely. Exactly. Thank you. My video on Kelsey, you mean the live stream? I did a Kelsey live stream. Thank you. If you go look at the tarot cards, these girls were placed in the exact positions as those in the cards. Yes, but I've shown that. I have a video called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. You got to go watch it because it's not absolute. You know what it is? It's an inversion. It's almost like a mirror image. If you look at the tarot and you would look at them as if you're looking through them, that's actually how they're staged. It's very interesting. It's almost like a 4D or 5D way of displaying them. And I suggest everyone here go watch my live stream called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. As a matter of fact, I'll paste it here so that so you can go pin it or save it in your watch later to view at a later time. It's very important if you go watch that. Adrian and I did an amazing job on that live stream. And I show you what I mean about the mirror inversion or whatever you want to call it, the 5D way their bodies were displayed. Okay. I'll pin it here for you. Just go put this on your watch later list and come on back. There it is. Let's see if I can get it in both chats. There you go. Prof, your coverage is top tier. Don't worry about them. We just like it just the way that is. Oh, am I that far behind? Oh, geez, I'm an hour behind in the chat. I'm an hour behind in the chat. You guys gotta forgive me, but I'm trying to give you the honor or the respect of listening to your chat here and covering your chat. All right. Let me make sure I'm not receiving any important messages while I'm distracted with this chat. All right. Who knows? Who knows? I don't see many updates, so I'll just keep on rolling, even though we're way behind. All right, what do we got here? Yeah, they look like the hangman and the magician. Exactly. But they're like they're like they're positioned like not mirror image, but like if you were looking through, it's very odd. Just go watch that live I just pinned at a later time. I live here in Indiana and I am totally ashamed of our state police. I'm ashamed of your state police. What's up, Heather Brown? Welcome. All right. I'm in Niagara Falls, New York, begging for it to snow. Welcome from Niagara. Prof, I don't give a flying F about running over, running long and saying, people can also do replay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I got to do it the way I got to do it. I'm doing my best. I'm doing the best that I can over here. Somehow talking about Odiners doing this crime is okay. Talking about methers doing this crime is not okay for some reason. What's up, ACV? Exactly. When we talk about the meth gangs, the family relations, and the bikers, that's when we get targeted and they threaten to kill us, try to run us off, make us go away, and can't make this shit up. You just can't. Pardon me. Throat's getting a little dry here. All right. The crime scene was staged as a true tarot and Odinism. Exactly. You know what it reminds me of? It was staged like someone's idea of a cult. Okay. And that's what the expert testified to, that this is all someone's idea of what you do when you perform a ritual. You understand that? In other words, these people had some knowledge or were somewhat familiar with some aspects of the Odinism or the tarot or the occult. So when they staged these bodies, they imagined up what would be these occult type elements, and that's what the staging included. So it lends less credence to the fact that they were authentically sacrificed by these type of people. You know what I mean? It's staged to look like it. I think it's a bunch of meth heads who were tweaking out, and one of them freaked out and went crazy, killed the girl, and that's what you end up with. But the thing is, who established the conspiracy or the effort to stage them and cover up the murders? Who was it? Kimmy, thank you for the super chat. I'm new here too. Thank you, Kimmy. Jury has not been able to see their family for 3 weeks. There's no way jury can find Richard guilty. There's no evidence. Thank you. Thank you. And there's lots of reasonable doubt. So there's no guilty verdict here. But there's a slim possibility of an acquittal. But there's a very large possibility, a likely probability of a hung jury, which is a travesty, because Richard Allen should be able to go home. There's zero evidence on him. He should be able to go home. He should be freed. That's why those free Richard Allen signs are absolute perfection. Free Richard Allen. He should have never been charged with these crimes in the first place on such a flimsy case. They should have waited until they had a better case against whoever they could build a better case. That's what we should be discussing. And the fact that he may be detained even longer, and he may be killed because of it, or he may suffer further mental and physical consequences, and his family will continue to suffer economic hardships and emotional hardships and all the hardships. If this is a hung jury in a mistrial and he's detained, this should not be happening in our day and age in the United States of America. This law enforcement has proven that they have lied, that they have conspired to stack the deck against him. The judge has exhibited clear bias There's absolutely no reason this should be happening. And it's why people are upset. It's why people are screaming due process. And it's up to you to realize that. And it's up to the feds to do something about it. It's overstaged and not believable. It was overstaged. Yes, thank you guys. Staged. It was said early. Remember, remember Robert Ives said there's non-secular staging at the crime scene. That's what it is. The bodies are moved and staged. Even Nicole Robertson in March of 2017, less than a month after these bodies were found, less than a month, in the Ron Logan search warrant application, Nicole Robertson of the FBI said the bodies were moved and staged. And when she went into that house, she was looking for Nordic pagan elements or signatures in the Ron Logan house. Found none. Okay, mask. Let's put mask up on the stage. So I'm going to deal with every one of these pieces of shit. So now we're going to find mask here. Let's find mask. Look at mask. Notice the all bold, all the caps. What's wrong? Are you a little triggered, you scumbag piece of shit? Are you white supremacist meth dealing freak from Indiana? Are you working for the families? Are you? See if I can find you. Trust me, I'm going to take the time to find you because I document every one of you motherfuckers. I don't let you slide. I don't let you slide. It will be documented. I keep track of your accounts. Are you kidding me? Let's find that account. So who sent you, Mask? Before I block you, just be a gentleman. Who sent you? Who sent you to scream in all caps and say what you're saying? Who sent you? You are an absolute scumbag who spews nothing but horse shit. Really? Really? All the facts that we state here, that's horse shit? Okay. Yeah, you realize we're reading directly from court documents. We're repeating the family's words directly out of their own mouths. Don't allow any other opinion. Oh, really? Really? Like this you call this an opinion? No, this is an agenda. You're a real pile of shit. Oh, you don't say. What about the killers? What about those who would kill two little girls and cover up their murders and lie and protect the murderers of these two little girls? Who would do that? YouTube needs to shut this down. No, I think YouTube needs to shut YouTube needs to shut down those accounts who are threatening to kill those of us who are expressing our opinions on the cover up of the murders of two little girls. So I'll permanently ban you, Mask. The first thing's going to happen. You're going to be permanently banned. I've documented your channel. I'll ask everyone here to deal with you in their own way, and I'm sure they will. And thanks for exhibiting. You're being you're demonstrative of exactly what we're talking about here. That's what you're doing. You're proving the point that we are making. So thanks for allowing me to use you as an example and proving our point. Appreciate that. Hiding behind a fake account because that's all you all do. You're frightened little bitches. Okay. Auto Doctor 911, $5 super chat. Chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what we got here. The religious part of Odinism is just a show, right? Yes. It's got to really be about power and money. No, what they are, okay, they're basically the white supremacist gangs out of the prisons. When they get freed and they come out into society, they put on this mask of Odinism because that's accepted in the free and open society. Their prison gangs are not. So when they get out, they have to pretend to be that. You get what I mean? When they get out, that's what they do. Okay. But thank you. Thank you. Let's see. What's up, Tina? Don't worry about the language, says Dieter. He hears the same before breakfast. My cousin was recently exonerated after serving 25 years for a crime he didn't do. They lied about evidence, so this case is personal. Thank you. Never understood why the Mirrors all got separate lawyers. Yo, what's up? Greeno is reporting the verdict may be in. Fuck Greeno. What's up, Sterling? All right. A friend of mine from high school was one of the ones that made false confessions in the yogurt shop murders. Really? Odinism is white supremacists. Look, you know me not biting my tongue. I took police on a chase on a Harley in January, not a biker. I ain't scared of shit. What's up, Jamie Gray? Welcome. All right. Do law enforcement and DA and those who work for criminal justice have to give their DNA? Oh my. Oh my. Hit the like. Yeah, please hit the like. Thank you for that. Thank you. Please do hit the like. All right. Someone said those injections are like a chemical lobotomy. Okay. Watching from Scotland. Welcome in, Elizabeth. Welcome from Scotland. They did fight back. That's why there was hair in Abby's hands. Law enforcement's DNA the same person or associate as trail camera guy on the 13th or 14th? BG could have just been some goofy ass guy the girls filmed to laugh at. Prof, let's not forget the DOJ is the main ingredient for chaos and corruption. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Hey, Aunt No Angle. Aunt No Angle, get your butt up on the stream. Come on. You want to come on the stream? I sure do miss talking to you. We were supposed to finish our conversation. We kind of got railroaded ourselves, didn't we? If you're still here, come on and join the. I'll put the link up for you. I'll put the link up for you if you want to come and talk because we got a little railroaded. All right. There were different sketches created from four different witnesses. One clearly resembles Abby's boyfriend, and his brother resembles another, and their dad another. All right, so trying to speed this up. Trying to pardon you guys, pardon me, guys, if I skip ahead a bit. I'll try to speed this up because I know I'm an hour behind here. I'm definitely way behind in the chat, so I'll try to catch up. And then FBI forensic tested local law enforcement mishandling of the phone and deleted metadata. It's possible it was put in airplane mode and backed by someone. There's a whole lot. Yeah, something happened. The feds pulled her in 7 times minimum. Where are the feds now? Where are the feds now? Federal grand jury now over the cover up of the Delphi murders. Only Fed agent that disappeared was the one murdered for not laying off the Odinism theory that evidence was leading him to. Wait until you hear how horrible the videos are that weren't shown. Oh, what is it? Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Wait until the tidal wave of disclosure comes once the defense, the discovery, the transcripts, the evidence, the jurors, once everything hits this surface and we know, all I got to say is zooey mama. Zooey mama. All right. His Sally My Jack. New sub, I wish the crime scene photos were available to the public because everyone should know what happened to these girls and possibly can help solve this case. Richard Allen is innocent. Thank you, and I totally agree with that. Totally agree. Everyone needs to take it upon themselves to obtain those wherever you can. All right. I'm going to try to skip ahead. Skip ahead. Yeah, he got spooked. That's part of the gaslight. These troll farm, they always, there's always such a gaslight. He got spooked, but hung out for an hour and a half. If he got spooked at 2:32 and they say he left at 4, make that make sense. He got spooked. Never mind. I'm not going into it. Ireland is watching. Love hearts. Thank you very much, Ireland. We love Ireland. We have a few friends in Ireland. Trust me. Especially our bud Kishti. Not Kishti. All right. Let's not forget all the money raised by the families. The millions of dollars, millions have poured into this community. Have they spent some of that on hiring the troll farm? All right. There we go. We're trying to catch up with you guys before we move on. I don't know why my computer is freezing up here. I'm trying to watch. Oh, is that true? It's a new day? All right. Okay, let's see. What's up, Pam? You made it in. What up? Thank you for being here, Pam. I'm nervous. There's no verdict. Holman is present in the courthouse. So is Mullen. I'm more concerned of all the bullshit, that more bullshit has happened behind the closed doors. That's bad. Well, why do you hate to admit it? Because it's actual factual. Okay, where do you look? KKK. That's all I got to say. It's. There's nothing new under the sun here. It's crazy how none of this man's DNA was nowhere to be found, but he still got locked up. All right. Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Too busy to investigate the horror screams at the 2 a.m. hour when Lesenby was out there and he had just summoned Sterrett to come and help. And there were others out there. Mike Patty was in the canoe. All right. Loving the passion. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. There you go. Thank you, New Day. So, in summary, DNA at the scene. Kelsey's hair wrapped around victim Abby's finger, pulled out from the root. Unknown veteran ISP officer, and possible trace semen found in the girls. All right. Richard Allen is totally innocent. It's a shame most people think finding him guilty is justice. That's what I wanted to say. I'm glad you brought that up. I really am. Yes, we want justice for the girls. But the problem here, we don't think Richard Allen is justice for the girls because bringing in an innocent man and not going after the true killers of Libby and Abby is not justice for Libby and Abby. Lying about the murders of Libby and Abby and protecting those who murdered Libby and Abby is not justice for Libby and Abby. That's why we're here. All right. All right. So, hard candy, good comment there. Thank you. Yep. Hey, it's criminal underworld. Like Alex, my bud, Alex Voorhees always says, this is a criminal underworld crime. Just read it and weep. Can't believe I just found your channel. I deep dived this case in 2020 and just started the past 2 weeks. I cannot believe how much information I've missed. Please go watch The Truth About Delphi 1 and 2. Those are some good starting places. Richard Allen has been held hostage, drugged, and tortured in your faces. Absolutely. All right. What's up, Meow Meow? Coming in. What up? They cannot convict. Yeah, they cannot. They won't. They won't convict. And all of these people are going to be irate or insanely mad. All right. We only block the bullies and the cyber terrorists. I have tuned into a few other channels that are anti-Richard Allen. I cannot believe they're saying the data of the headphones is fabricated. I mean, data is heavily relied upon the court for accuracy. And that person is a former FBI instructor on digital technology. Yes. But like I always told you, anytime there's something that is very devastating for their fantasy world fairy tale narrative, they always come out with a gaslighting ass counterpoint. And so, of course, we have a headphone plugged in and plugged out when Richard Allen's gone, okay, which means immediately someone else is doing it. So someone else is with the victims or the bodies. Well, that's so devastating to this fantasy world fairy tale narrative in this case that they had to come up with a explanation for it. So the explanation is a drop of water. Okay. What's up, commentator Root coming in? I see you. How in the world is there no times of death? And what about the stomach contents? Regardless of outcome, there's no chance of escape for Indiana. They put themselves on the map with this murder. All they had to do was permit third party. Yes, the eyes. Remember what I said in my thumbnail. Why did I post that? That's from one of the posters that the protesters are holding out there. The world is watching. The world is watching. You drew the attention of the world onto yourselves, and you deserve every bit of the scrutiny, and you're getting it, and you're going to continue to be getting it. All right. See, you've got my phrase, the world is watching. I wrote that because I was in New Zealand when this happened. It was in the local newspaper. Thank you, Kernoodles. The CIA gave us the internet DARPANet for a reason. I think KK had contact with Kelsey, not Libby. What is the defense team able to play that footage for the jury that the police department literally has confirmed everybody is still a suspect? If that's not reasonable doubt in and of itself. Same from and since in Indy, they're mainly men. I'm hesitant to give hearts to other males, but hey, I'm comfortable with my sexuality and straight. No offense to anyone's. Okay. You think this was all inside the Patty family? If there were more people, outsiders, they would talk. No, not necessarily. They're all bound by a mutual benefit to hide these murders. Family would lie to cover only family themselves. That's what makes sense to me. I see. Some members of the family may be victims of their own family members. Prophet not spoken in absolutes or defamation terms. There will be no lawsuits. Well, these people are idiots. The intention is to scare me away and silence me. That's always their MO. All right. All right. I'm still an hour behind. Jeez. New here. Welcome, Paisley Park. I'm praying for not guilty. And if it comes back as that, will Richard get to walk out? Yes, but he'll need protection. I'd like to see that. Oh no, Gray Hughes is awful. All right. What's up, Melon? What's up, Melon? Okay, everyone who's come in, I apologize if I miss greeting you, but there's been too many people coming in, so I can't keep up. I need to blaze through all of this to get here. Welcome from South Florida, Mark Craven. Just a moment. Was the coroner a friend of Kelsey's? I know Cheyenne was. Who was with Cheyenne? Which Shelby? Was it Shelby Hicks or Duncan? Because there's some confusion going on in this fucking legal system right now. It would be very difficult to shut down the dark web. You also have a subset, deep web or deep dark web, which is more private. All right. Remember, I do remember they were catfishing Libby and they thought it was funny. And they thought it was so fucking funny, right? Maniacal laughter after mentioning the shack. And I have a question for you. I put on my community page. I shared it from Dick Redshirt. Have you guys looked into Promise Not to Tell? I shared the summary from Dick Redshirt had shared it, and I reshared it on my community page. Promise Not to Tell. Family made so much money. Several of the jurors were visibly disturbed. Yes, because it was torture. Okay. It was torture. And they saw it for themselves. Gold would not allow the audio to be heard. Right, right. That audio should have been played, especially when they tased him. Do you know what it sounds like when you're tasing someone? It sounds pretty horrible. I have a source that told me Nick was pulled over for speeding by his own cousin recently. That cop stuck him with violation. No get out of jail. I can't stand that piece of shit. I mean, the fact that there's two different Reddit subs on this case is very telling. The Reddit trial sub is out of control. They silence and block everyone who questions Richard Allen's guilt. This has always been about control. Listen, the whole thing with the The whole thing with all of the Facebook groups for all of these years and the Reddit groups has been about control. It's been about narrative control. That's what they've primarily been interested in. That's why it's unusual to have people speaking, because everyone who is speaking honestly and independently, they would threaten, they dox, harass, stalk, threaten to kill, threaten their families, and run people off with in an entire troll farm of local meth head, uh, meth smoking freaks who has exhausted themselves trying to shut up the mouths of those doing the actual investigating by asking the hard questions. Prof, keep speaking the truth. Don't let anyone shut you down. Justice will be served. What's up, Deborah? Deborah. What's up, Michelle? Yeah. From Scotland. Welcome, Fake Gothic. Hi, new here support from Scotland. I unfortunately saw the photos on X earlier. Now I'm even more certain Richard Allen is innocent. Thank you. That's why everyone needs to see them. Because the more you look at those, the closer you look at them, you understand that's not Richard Allen doing that. It's a group of people who it would have taken a group. Defense patrols? No, 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 no. No, defense didn't do that. We out here speaking are the ones working with the defense or on behalf of actual truth. It's prosecution and family are behind the troll farm. All right. The trolls even attacked you. Was it yesterday? Yeah, they were activated. They were reactivated yesterday. Julie's getting harassed outside of the courthouse. Yep. All right. What's up, Blazer? Just found your channel. Thank you so much for the great info. All right. So we got to get her. We got to hurry on here. Is this the reason they didn't have live coverage of the trial and everything has been so secretive? Absolutely. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you so much for coming in and asking the pertinent questions. This judge put a wall around this case for a reason. What do you think that reason is? Okay. Oh, really? Good. Good. I want to see it. I want to see it. They're terrorizing people at the courthouse. This is what they do. They're losing their shit. You know why? They have covered up the murders of Abby and Libby, two little girls, uh, for 7 years. They've been covering up these murders, and they're losing their shit now. All right. So, listen. The thing here is it's 4 o'clock now in Delphi, which means we're probably not getting a verdict today. Probably not going to get a verdict. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. I'm very spiritual and psychic and want to go there and talk with their spirits. You know what? You need to go. You need to walk in the woods and especially go to Wilson Bridge and walk in the woods. Okay, I have on my channel. On my channel, I have some footage at Wilson Bridge. You need to check out Wilson Bridge, but also go check out the area of the trails. So please do it. The tentacles Carter spoke of, but was later threatened by watch some documentaries on the dark web predators. Very enlightening. They blackmail people into doing things you'd never believe. So, Canadian Nana is really hitting this nail on the head here. What if the tentacles are all of the shenanigans that's gone on the internet to protect the killers of Abby and Libby? And he knew it from the beginning. He knew that there were all these bad players operating on social media to cover up the murders of Abby and Libby. And that's why he talked about the tentacles. Those tentacles right now are still doing what they do. They're threatening, doxing, harassing, stalking. Okay. All right. Did the girls stumble upon a meth shack? Yes, I believe so. Or were they the product but fought back? Then it was made to look like a ritualistic murder. I think they stumbled upon the meth shack near Wilson Bridge. It's my theory. Dieter, $5 super chat Canadian. Where is Gray Hughes located? I've been getting some interesting contact recently, and I have suspicions. All right. Actually made me laugh. Thank you very much, Khalid. Thank you. Yeah, they're cracking under pressure. Yeah, the trolls are losing their mind or their minds because it's in the pressure cooker right now. Remember, they're covering up the murders of these girls. They're probably realizing they're not getting a guilty verdict. That's probably what's starting to hit them. So they're going to lose their shit. If you are a similar podcaster, we'll link Flora into this next crime solving adventure. The shit show will never stop in Indiana. Well, Flora is linked. You know how you know? Because these very same players will go around telling you that they are not linked. Okay. So because they're telling you they're not linked, that's your indication that they are linked. And guess what probably links them? Methamphetamine production. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. It's on my channel already, Lola Bean. The video that I pinned in here, symbolism at the crime scene. I show you the actual stick formations on both girls. So go look for my video that I pinned here or that I linked called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. It's on my channel in the lives going way back several months ago. Symbolism at the Crime Scene. You'll see the sticks that I purposely cut out for you. All right. All right. What's up, Olivia? Thanks for becoming a member. Okay. All right. All right. Now, let's see if I can hurry up and keep catch us up to date here. What's up, Simcha? So we're supposed to believe a man so riddled with anxiety and depression killed those girls. Um, Thanks for joining the chat. You lost me on the second half of that. All right. I'd love to know they found whoever did this crime, no matter who. It's been 2825 days. Richard was so much of a criminal mastermind murderer that he went to law enforcement, kept his gun, kept his knives, kept his clothes, kept his car, and put himself there. Criminal mastermind. All right. It's a new day. Thank you. Pray for true justice seekers or true seekers of justice. Thank you for your tireless work, Prof. May the truth be revealed so that justice may prevail. There's no way we think that Richard Allen did this or did it alone. There's absolutely no way. Uh, it's just absolutely no way. This is a group that killed these girls. Thanks for taking so much time to engage with the chat. We truly appreciate it. Well, thank you. But it's taking me some time. I'm an hour behind trying to catch up. He looked traumatized that they were shocking him for sure. Yet Koberger asked quadruple murderer walking only in cuffs. Oh yeah, you mean Richard Allen paraded around in his jumpsuit to look like a criminal and parade around to look like Hannibal Lecter, even though he's 5'4" little ass guy. Uh, it was for the cameras. It was all for the cameras. It's all for the cameras. It's PR. It's a movie. It's playing out in real life. It's a LARPing. This entire thing. I've seen people outside the court on lives. A lot of guys dressed like bridge guy. I think it's gross. People want to see crime scene pics. I'm only interested in the mystery and cover up. Well, it's not to see the crime scene pics. It's to see that there's no way that it's like they tell you. The crime scene pics will show you that there's something awry in Delphi. Okay, you get it? All right. Brad Weber and David McCain were at the bridge, and Kelsey said she walked on private drive. Did Kelsey take the girls to meet up with Brad and I don't know. Who knows? Why has she told weird ass stories that are inconsistent? Minimum visual give the perception of how dangerous Rick was. Oh yeah, you mean the marching him around like Hannibal Lecter? It was PR for the state. Sexually obsessive while on Prozac is wild to me. Thank you exactly. And Haldo on top of that to coerce those confessions. I think he would have met his fate a long time ago had it not been for the media keeping in the forefront, shedding light on the obvious. Yes, not just the media. Well, I would say not just the mainstream media. Think about it. All of us YouTubers who have been screaming from the top of our lungs for the past 2 years, we are the reason because we have compelled the media to cover it a little more, and we have kept the public apprised of the situation to the extent that they just couldn't kill him. Okay, like which is what they wanted, I'm sure. Thank you, Nana. All right. Canadian Nana. They've been caught unless someone of power stepped in and put stop to evidence coming up. Prosecution's case leaves more question than answers. It's a BS case. I mean, if you guys have thoroughly listened to what has been presented, you should know by now they had no case. What if Libby was pregnant via her adopted brother and it was a botched backstreet abortion that went wrong? It seems the men were more valued than women. So if it's a hung jury, they don't have evidence to retry. This case has no record and could or should be released. I don't know what they're gonna. It's Carroll County. I mean, you can only expect the worst. That's the problem here. We can't expect anything uh, uh, moral or just to happen. We know that it's Carroll County. Uh, we can only expect the worst. Will he lose his attorneys if hung? No, he will retain Baldwin and Rossi. I hit a nerve with the freaks. Yeah, the meth head, white supremacist, biker, murderous freaks. They're quite sensitive to having the truth being told. Prof, you could retire covering atrocities. Trolls are having a problem because their families are on the line on the next on the chopping block. Mm-hmm. They're shaking in their boots. Music equipment because I'm a musician. YouTube channel because I felt passionate. I had information about this case and a bunch of people I wanted to give the opportunity to discuss publicly about. That's why. Okay. Trolls are incentivized, whether it's they're getting drugs, they're getting protection, they're getting leniency for their own crimes, or they're getting paid. There's some incentivization going on from law enforcement and families regarding the troll farm. Okay, my opinion. Hey, what up, Miss Jones? Thanks for doing a watch party. You're the best. You're the best. But we got nothing today. Okay, we still got a hung jury, so I'm just going to continue on until we're tired. That be a gun is something you say while watching a movie, not what you say as someone is pulling a gun on you. Is that true? Judge ruled she'll give 2 hours before reading the verdict, even if it comes in. Is that true? I didn't know that. Well, that's new news today. Boom, new news. I'll have to follow up on that. This is an open case. All sketches are a go, even family. So the Delphi case will not be closed for a long time. To many around the kill zone to be anything else. Uh, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Elemental Divinity. Thank you. Exactly. Yes, I do. Do I think Mr. German witnessed the murders? Yes, I do. And possibly Kelsey. I think Kelsey and Derek possibly witnessed the murders. Yes. I think German deleted his Facebook or blocked me, but no more photos. But oh well, we got it all documented. Don't worry. Okay. All right. Haters always scream the loudest. The meth head fucking Odinist freaks. All right. We know what we don't know what we don't know. We know what we know. We can't talk about what we think, but you can. Remember, Doug said, you talk about what you think. Keep doing what you're doing. That's Doug's message. And you know what? Hey, we'll do, Doug. We'll do. I will keep saying what I think, and I will keep doing what I'm doing, and we will keep discussing the Delphi murders. We will not take the spotlight off of this. Um, not going to happen. So, hey, Tracy Lee, I am from Australia. Justice for Abby and Libby, but I cannot see that happening, which is devastating. Justice will come. The truth will rise to the surface. The case is it's a hair's breadth away from being solved. The jury's going to be furious when they come out and see the truth, but wait until Richard hears everything. Yeah, wait until Richard comes, talks to us. Don't worry. We've got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go. All right. Troll Farm, Shack Attack, Canadian Nana, $2 Canadian. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Angie Pangie, what up? They need to shut down the whole law enforcement department, all public servants. Kelsey is son involved, some involved. Patty's disgust me. Good point, Prof. How many accomplices could be attached to this case? All right. Oh, meth mouth. Yeah, she attacked Mata. It's all on camera. We can't wait to see it. Thank you, Stanks Jenks. You're just proving our point about who you are. Okay. Hi, Prof. What's up, Jay Marsh? Welcome in. What's up, Gina Baudet? Missed you. Just arrived. Hello to all. Well, what up, Gina? All right. I cannot fathom how the jury did not reach this verdict today. Don't worry, because you know there's some holdouts. That's a problem. There's some holdouts. We probably will not get a an acquittal because you'd have to have a unanimous jury. You know, there's not going to be a unanimous jury here. Let's be real. At least one of them will be compromised, so or will be bloodlusty. So it's going to be bad. But don't worry. Don't worry. We're now also not getting a unanimous guilty verdict. There's no way in hell. The state has not met its burden of proof. The jurors know that, and so that's what it is. Okay. And so the troll farm will be incensed, furious, disappointed, uh, tripping balls, twacking, tweaking. Okay. Okay. You drove to Delphi. It felt eerie. Delphi was sinking prior to 2017. No future. Heritage disappearing. Now a grisly tourist attracting in a crimes, and the crime scene was a brochure. And think of those McCains who led the charge to have millions of dollars injected into that area because of these murders. And then you had the family have millions of dollars injected into their pockets over these murders. It's been a horrendous go. Okay. We've got an aerial view, eye in the sky, 10,000 foot. We know what happened. All right, guys. Vladimir, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the membership. Tentacles are past murder cases. Oh, or past murders. Interesting. You mean all the murders? All how about past and future? It's a cartel. Okay. Yep. I told you guys, I stood over the graves of those poor babies from Flora. I stood over their graves with my little 4-year-old, and we realized that those little baby girls were under our feet, under that soil. And there's no feeling like standing over their graves and realizing that's 4 little girls under feet. I'm absolutely furious and passionate about Flora. And one day we will find the truth about Flora. They didn't have to die. They didn't have to be there. Do you realize there were screams of horror as they were burning alive? The truth is the truth, and the truth hurts. There is a connection. There must be a connection. Shaq movie. That's what Kelsey was watching. Blah 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 blah. Shaq, 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 Shaq. Promise not to tell. Nick's dad. Nick's a joke. The bullet expert can't exclude Brad Weber's gun. That means it could have been Brad. You get it? You get it? You get what Digital's saying here? Let's be real. Let's be real. All right, I'm trying to throw some chats up for you so I can continue. so you guys, let's see. Oop, what happened? Oh, something happened there. I just skipped over a bunch. Do I have any idea why Gray Hughes is pushing the guilty factor so much and seems to be in with the patties? Because he has been since day one, since he came around. And look at the amount of money he's made off of this case. And can I tell you how many times he came in here and has threatened and shamed and harassed me? He created the very timeline that we know is the bullshit fairy tale narrative. All right. Hey, Lead with Love, thank you for becoming a member for 4 months. 4 months. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lead with Love. Meth Shack near the creek. It's a stick structure that is gone now. I put photos up everywhere, and so is Rafi. I believe the stick structure is the shack they were in. It's a makeshift structure. It was in the woods near Wilson Bridge. That's where everything went down. And the culvert is what was called the cave. The bodies were found. The body of Abby, I believe, at one point was there. And then they brought over Libby over to Ron Logan's, killed her right there after they moved the bodies or the body. I know it's too much. We don't have all the facts of every aspect of the narrative that's the actual narrative, but we know a lot about what most likely happened. Okay. The best proof of the is the behavior of law enforcement and the trolls. Thank you, Town. Thank you. That's your connection. That proves there had to be a connection. And we know that meth was involved with both locales. Both locations were involved in meth and meth gangs, biker gangs. You'll be finding that out at some point in the future. Can only imagine how confused some jurors would be not knowing all the facts. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, both Derek and Anna have see the lies have been told the lies have been told since day one, February 13th, 2017. Lies have been told since that day until this day. Lies have been told. Lies were told for years, and lies were told on the stand. Okay. Gray Hughes is the investigator that solved this crime, you know? Yeah. Yep. Right. I think they were murdered by members of this community, and members of this community came together to cover up the murders since day one, and it has been covered up ever since. Members of this community are online covering up the murders. Members of this community have YouTube channels covering up the murders. Members of this community and law enforcement are covering up the murders, and members of this community in the court of law are covering up these murders. That's exactly what I think happened to these girls. And you have to ask yourself, why is an entire community or the majority of a community covering up the murders of two of its own children? Explain that. Okay, give me a moment, please. If you don't mind, please give me a little moment. We'll take a little intermission and I'll get something to drink and do a pause for a worthy cause. You know what that means. right, I'm back. Thank you for waiting or holding. Thank you very much for holding. Let's see where we were here with Canadian Nana. Are we generally agreeing that Odinism is a covered distraction? The narcotics is central and real. Does Odinism play any real part? Anyone? Well, that's up to you. That's up to you. I'm assuming or speculating, I'm generally speculating that the Odinism was a setup on some of the Odinists, part of the staging. I'm also speculating that its meth was at the center of this entire thing. And so I don't think Odinism plays any real part other than that whoever did the staging had some knowledge of it. I imagine sincere jurors are trying their best to reason with the compromised ones for hours now. Who knows? People who say but he donates so much money are fools. He does just enough to cover his taxes. Exactly. I mean, let's be real here. We are real here. That's why do we talk the way that we talk? Because we just keep it real. We keep it reasonable. When it comes to Kelsey, her timeline is broken AF. Kelsey has told 46 inconsistencies throughout the years. He uses his viewers' contributions to get a tax deduction. Was it proven it's Kelsey's hair? Absolutely. What is it? 1 in 8 trillion or something? That's Mears property, Dick Redshirt. 1 in 800 trillion. 1 in 800 trillion. It's absolutely Kelsey's hair. There's absolutely no question. They convicted Jodi Arias with one hair with the follicle. Really? I didn't follow that. Prof, have you ever testified about or talked about Pat Brown testifying under oath that he went to Wilson's cave covert looking for the girl? I read about him testifying that he went to Wilson's cave looking for the, but Wilson's cave, you can't even get in that without getting in the water. I don't understand that part. So I'm curious about that. But Wilson's culvert, I think the girls were literally placed in that culvert at one point during the night to hide them from the legitimate searchers. And Wilson's culvert is what I call the cave. Welcome in, Crime Night. Welcome in, Crime Night. Thanks so much for coming in. Good to see you. Well, we didn't get a verdict, did we, Joe? Joe Lewis, we didn't get a verdict. Not yet. It's going to be a hung jury, guarantee you. All right. Jury has left the courthouse, yeah. In an interview with Kelsey, she gave a hint. If it was my grandpa or my best friend, I'd know it was him. Yeah, Pat Brown is Mike Patty's bestie and was a POI. Not only that, remember when she said, it could be that he's the best person in the world to us. It could be back that we see him every day. You know, remember all of that? Remember that? Hey, Prof, are you comfortable saying how Mike Patty's involved? I don't know. I think he helped. Look, he was in the canoe overnight. The bodies were, we believe the bodies were moved and staged overnight. We know it was all Mike Patty's friends who were there helping overnight. Please tell me where the tunnel cave covert is in conjunction with the bridge. It's right next to Wilson's Bridge. It's next to Wilson's. I have it all on film in my channel. You have to go and find it in my channel. Maybe one day I'll do we can do a live where we do a watch party. Hey Joe. Yeah, look up Wilson Bridge. Dick Redshirt. Did you see the interview of Becky saying Pat Brown was one of the first people she called, and that's why he got there so soon, maybe for the family? I don't know. You guys know this. The Mears, the Webbers, the Browns, they all live along that creek. Oh, sure. Look here. Let's welcome Joe Lewis. See if I can get him on here. Hi, guys. Always an interesting conversation. Yes, indeed. Someone had a plan to lay the Odinism gig on one of its principal players, Holder Westfall. Blame game. Seems like it. Liebert. Yeah, we got Liebert. Liebert changed her story too. That's what's interesting because I have locals telling me what she actually said about who she saw. And now on the stand, she told a completely different story that she could not identify who she saw. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Yeah, and what does Carter owe Mike Patty? I think there's pics of the culvert on the Devil's Advocate and pics of most of them. I'm shocked why she won't give it to police. I don't know what you mean. We love Joe. Hope you're watching all this. Oh, there he is. Let me get him on here. Hold on. Hello, Joe.
Prof.
Hello, I hear you
morning.
well. Good morning.
Okay. Good evening to you. Good morning here from Australia. Thank you for allowing me to come on your show, Robin. Much appreciated.
It's an honor to have you, Joe.
I don't mean to hijack your video or your live. I just wanted to say that I'm in absolute tenterhooks here in Australia. Like so many of us are waiting for a verdict on this case. And I've got butterflies in my stomach, and I just hope that justice prevails at the end of the day. Justice for everyone associated with this travesty that has been occurring for the last 7 years. Most important people in all of this will forever in our hearts remain Abby and Libby. They are the little girls. The reason why some of us began this journey to try and be a force of reckoning, to try and be a force of wanting to know what in fact happened to those beautiful little girls and why they had to end up the way they did in the back of Ron Logan's property for no reason whatsoever. It just defies rationale. It defies everything that means to be a father, personally speaking. You bring up your kids, you want to love them, you want to nurture them, you want to make them a best example of you and your family and your household, and you want to send them out into the world so that they can bloom, because children are our future. And I've never been able to understand how anybody could do what they've done to Libby and Abby. It defies everything that I stand for, everything that I believe. It defies my my understanding of what humanity is all about. So I just wanted to say to you and to all your subscribers, thank you for continuing to fly the flag for Libyan Abbey. And also, most importantly now, there's still a man that still remains embroiled in this. A man who, according to the law of your land, is entitled to his rights, despite what anybody believes, is entitled to those rights. And if, despite what you believe regarding Mr. Richard Matthew Allen, the man who is waiting on a verdict from 12 jurors there in Indiana, despite what you believe, just remember that your government is setting a very bad precedence, or has set a very bad precedence on how it treats pre-trial detainees in Indiana and in the United States, because you can't keep going. You can't keep torturing people and locking them up in solitary confinement for 13 months. It's barbarism. It's barbaric. No human being deserves that. Nonetheless, one that still hasn't been found guilty of anything. So, I'll wait and see, like the majority of you beautiful folk are waiting and seeing. I mean, we hope that justice prevails here. We hope that deliberation takes those jurors onto a unanimous decision. People believe in hung juries. Yeah, that's possible, part of the process. But ultimately, I have my beliefs regarding the case, Robin, on how I've seen things playing out over these last 7 years, and inside the courtroom, and prior to that, going as far back as when they organised the probable cause affidavit. You know, it's been a ride. It's been a hell of a ride. We've got two conflicting sides. We've got a side that believes in innocence, and we've got a side that believes in the pitchfork mentality. I think, despite our opinions, I think we should all fight for justice, because we can't allow our world to fall into barbarism. Because without justice, our justice in this world is so fragile at the moment, and it's throughout the world, even here in Australia. You know, we fight so many injustices ourselves, and we can't fall into barbarism. We have to be better. We have to believe in humanity. We have to believe in ourselves, and we have to start looking at each other as friends, man, not enemies. We have to start looking at one another with love and not hate. Because if we can break through that barrier, if we can look at another human being and love that human being for who he is and what he is, as a member of this world, as a member of this planet, I promise you changes will occur. Until we don't do that, until we try and hurt for as long as we continue hurting one another, becoming self-interested, individualistic people, and we don't care about somebody else, there'll never be change on this world. And I'm all for change. I'm all for change for everybody, for humanity. We all deserve change. Papas and mamas like we go to work every day to put food on our tables, to feed our children. And it's we that at times pay the harsh brutality of the tyranny that runs rampant out there for no reason whatsoever but self-seeking and people's craziness. So that's what I wanted to share with you, Robin. Thank you so much for your continued fight, for highlighting what's been occurring in this case, for being brave to bring the trolls to the surface. You've been a voice that's fought against them with all right. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, and I wanted to share that with your members and your subscribers. And I want them to know that although I'm an Australian, a Portuguese Australian, I entirely believe in the Constitution of the United States and in the civil rights of the United States because I lost the ability to have a country. I was kicked out of my country at a very young age. We lost everything. We became destitute because of what our country did to me and my family and my late parents. So I don't want anybody, I don't want any other human being to experience what that is, particularly in a nation like the United States that is the best of the best, that is the pinnacle of the world, where everybody looks up to the United States as, you know, as a beacon of hope. So don't let that flame abate. Don't let it die out, because you guys are all worthy. Your nation was built on the principles of freedom and of rights. And I think that is very important. And when people forget that, they've lost all notion of what it is to be a true American. So thanks, Robin.
True. Well, well, thank you. I mean, I think that so many people have not traveled and are very limited in their experience of the world. And one thing I can tell you is, as I've traveled the world and I've been places where children and women bathe in streams
Mm-hmm.
and have dirt floors,
Mm-hmm.
it's very easy to forget that here in America, we're at the financial pinnacle of the world.
Mm-hmm.
We have everything that we could possibly want, privileges beyond our wildest dreams, abundance, financial strength in our economy. And to think, as you mentioned, that a man like Richard Allen, for who no evidence exists other than him saying he was at a particular place at a particular time, that they could do this to him as a factually innocent person, to be placed into a maximum security prison, threatened with white supremacist Odinist gangs, to have his wife and daughter threatened, to be tortured, forcibly medicated, to have these confessions coerced out of him. And then for there to be such a public bloodlust for his blood, that there would be people out here doubling down on his guilt when we have zero evidence, even after this extensive presentation by the prosecution and defense. Zero evidence of his guilt. As I was mentioning earlier before you came on, no DNA at the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
None of the victim's DNA or blood in his vehicle, in his home, on his property, on his clothing, on his weapons. Zero digital forensic evidence, even though they turned his digital footprint inside out. And that same law enforcement has then taken witnesses, twisted their words, hidden parts of their testimony, deleted parts of the investigation. So all that's happened, and we have Richard Allen now waiting for his future to be judged and his destiny to be handed to him by 12 strangers.
Mm-hmm. Spot on. 100%.
It's criminal.
Now, let me ask you something else, Robin. Everything that Robin's just told you guys here now, think about this. Who set that precedence? Who set that? The government of the state of Indiana has done that. Everything Robin spoke about here, every single thing, from the PCA to destruction of evidence, to throwing him at Westville Correctional Facility, everything that you see that is structurally flawed in this case, the government of the state of Indiana that represents the United States of America has set that precedence. And this is frightening to an outsider looking in. It truly is frightening, folks. I am petrified. I am petrified that I, pe- I feel frightened for you as Americans that your government can take just a random person that was at that location, as you so rightly said, Robin, as were many others there that day. He wasn't alone there. I
Hmm.
think it's a lot through what Defense Counsel has in fact um, presented in that courtroom. A lot of information I was unaware of. Um, and if anybody can sit here, despite who you are, despite you being a seeker of justice and truth, or despite you being a member of the Pitchfork Society, if you can in your mind agree that you believe Nick McClellan and the state of Indiana have given you the burden, that have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, there's something missing somewhere. I'm either not seeing what you are seeing, or there's a breakage in transmission somewhere, and I just don't understand, because I'm hoping. I'm hoping that the criminal justice system in the United States goes way past beyond somebody being on a bridge, a bullet at a crime scene, and eyewitness testimony. That's basically what Nick McClellan closed up on. He wants people now to believe that the person you see on that bridge, with physically seeing nobody's face, that man is a phantom. He could be any of the millions of males that walk the United States, the American continent today. So to try and turn that and have a jury in their mind, try and fabricate and put the image of Richard Allen on that video that we cannot see, I think it's dangerous ground that the criminal justice system in America is walking down. It's very you can't you cannot prosecute, you cannot send a person to jail for the rest of his life, or matter of factly, in a state amongst the 50 other states that has the death penalty. You cannot put a man on death row, my goodness, for goodness sake, ladies and gentlemen, for the mere fact that he was there that day. It's just virtually impossible. There's absolutely nothing in matters of evidentiary material that links Richard Allen to the crime scene. And this is the most important thing, the crime scene. There's nothing that places Richard Allen at that crime scene. Now, if you're going to start twisting and bending the rules to fit Richard Allen onto the crime scene and not the other way around, that ain't justice. That's a lynching. That's a railroading system. Something that I've maintained, and those of you that may be here that follow me, that partake on my channel and on my crusade, something that I've been telling you for a very long time, that it's suggestive to me. The process of this criminal case, from the moment it began being reported on the media that two little girls had disappeared, up until the day 2 weeks ago, 17 days ago, before we went into trial, it's just been an absolute disaster of structural flaw after structural flaw, of a courtroom, of a judge that has been so biased, so prejudiced, that I still cannot believe that higher authority in Indiana has not reprimanded her for overplaying her power as a judicial officer in the court. It defies rationale. I mean, anybody that's watching this, that any American who in fact has followed this case, that is not worried about what they're seeing occurring in this matter, how the government has overstepped its power to keep the truth of this case hidden behind layers that they don't want you, the American public, and the rest of the world to know, it is utterly frightening, ladies and gentlemen. To me, this is Joe Lewis, a nobody, a guy who sits behind a microphone, as Robin does here, and we just talk about how we look at this case and what we believe about this case. So each one to their own, ultimately. So
It's actually unbelievable. And to consider that this unhinged judge, I want everyone to really understand this, and Joe knows this, but I want you listeners who may be hearing this for the first time because of the immediacy of the verdict coming down You may not know that this judge, this unhinged judge, attempted to throw the attorneys that this man had chosen to be his attorneys. She attempted to strip them away from him, throw them off of the case, and replace them with attorneys of her choosing. And she did so.
Mhm. Mhm.
And the Supreme Court of Indiana said, no, you cannot do that. And the Supreme Court of Indiana grabbed both of those attorneys and handed them right back to Mr. Allen.
Yep.
And then she had that corrupt prosecutor file contempt charges on those same attorneys to try a second time to have them not only removed from the avocation of Richard Allen,
Mhm.
but also to have them jailed for contempt of court.
Yep.
And it took some brave YouTubers, Skip Jansen, Julie Melvin, to go into that courtroom and scream in the face of Satan to
Yep.
basically block her from that attempt. And it was just by grace of God that that actually worked and that she realized she could not get away with that. And it's also by grace of God that he's even lived up until this point. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen
Well,
him deteriorate from a healthy,
unbelievable.
happy man down to a nearly dead man, a walking, a living
Yeah.
dead.
So true, Robin. So true. Absolutely spot on. I mean, let's not forget that we have an individual here that, by all intents and purposes, was a man that had an underlying mental health um, problem prior to entering into the Westville Correctional Facility as a pre-trial detainee, something that is in fact never occurred before, as far as I'm aware, in American law or in the judicial system. And this guy was able to somehow, I just say by the grace of God, by the grace of God, he was able to get out of there after being catatonic, after everything they threw at him. They threw everything at this guy, including the kitchen sink. They tased him. They did all sorts to this guy. We have reports coming from those that have been inside the courtroom who have been providing us, people like me who aren't there to see what's been occurring, very frightening, very, very troubling accounts on how a man behaved inside a little cell, having been locked in there for 23 hours a day for 13 goddamn months. I mean, people just don't understand. That's over 300, that's almost 400 days, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand the concept of 400 days being locked in a cell, solitary confinement, with the state throwing everything at you in matters of guards, in matters of psychologists, in matters of psychiatrists, in
Injection.
matters of medication? Yeah, in
Yep.
matters of medication. It's just, it defies absolute rationale. If it wasn't Richard Allen, I don't know, perhaps another guy, another pre-trial detainee may have succumbed by now, may have committed suicide, or he may have died from what they have done to this guy. And yet Richard Allen, a little 5'4" little man, a tiny little guy, rose from the ashes like a phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
He rose from the ashes like a phoenix. Now, I don't want to turn this into a religious topic, but I'm a believer. I'm a great believer and a follower of Jesus Christ. And I believe he was there with him through this entire process. I'm starting to believe that Christ may have, in fact, used Richard Allen as an example. And please, I'm not trying to frighten anybody, okay? I'm allowed my opinions just as everybody is. So don't think I'm trying to turn this into a religious topic, which I'm not. I'm just giving you my insight, my belief, what's in my heart. I believe Christ may have used Richard Allen as the example to show what is occurring in Indiana. And he was right beside him all the way, and he gave him strength that he could come out at the end of it all and without any, well, we don't know what the psychological impact this is going to have on Richard Allen's life for the rest of his life. I mean, really, I don't think a lot of people understand the concept of being where he was with the light on all the time, day in, day out, having people shouting, calling him all kinds of names. People have to try and put themselves in his shoes for once. You have to try and understand what it is that that human being was suffering, despite what you believe of Richard Allen, if he's guilty or if he's innocent. You have to believe no human being, man, no human being should be put in that type of circumstance. No, I don't care what. To me, there's just no justification. The law is quite clear in matters of psychiatric treatment. The World Health Organization stipulates that 15 days is max. Indiana takes it over to 30 days. And this guy spent 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, 11 months, 12 months, 13 months. Now,
It's inhumane. Even
100%.
if he had been found guilty, it still would be inhumane treatment.
Absolutely, Robert. Absolutely. And the simple fact that it's never occurred before, as far as I know, listening to what the pundits have to say, all the experts, lawyers who have been involved in the criminal justice system in your great country, this is like nobody's ever heard of a pre-trial detainee experiencing what Richard Allen has experienced. So this will go down in the annals of the criminal justice system in the United States as something that's never occurred. This is like a new chapter that Indiana's just written in the criminal justice system, and it shouldn't be allowed to set a precedence for future, because if they get away with doing it to Richard Allen, I promise you, they will do it to somebody else. It's almost like testing the waters. Should I get in? Should I not? Is it too hot to get in? No, it's not too hot to get in. If they find that nobody talks or nobody screams or nobody jumps, they will do it to somebody else. Because this is how human beings act. We tend to follow what others do. So, it's frightening. It's frightening. But I just hope and pray that the right outcome of this trial comes forth, that these jurors are able to deliberate and logically, intelligently, they're able to understand evidence. They're able to understand the concept of the responsibility they have here. The responsibility that lays at their feet is quite simple. It's the culpability or the exculpability of an individual. Now, nobody wants a guilty person to walk free. Nobody wants an innocent person to go to jail either. So it's a very, very tough job they have. And I just hope and pray that these 12 jurors are able to, within themselves, deliberate the preponderance of the evidence that Nick McClellan presented, which it's up to the state to prove the burden, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not Mr. Richard Matthew Allen's defense counsel of Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. They have to present their case to show to the jury that their client is innocent. And what makes it worse here, Robin, what makes it worse, ladies and gentlemen, is that the state of Indiana has made defense, as in fact destroyed any possibility in a way of Richard Allen presenting a case in that courtroom according to what crime scene evidence dictates. Now, some people believe, they should have presented the component, they should have not. Regardless, that is what the crime scene suggests to very professional people. It suggested that to the top federal agency in your nation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who looked at that case early on, and BOW, the Behavioral Analysis Unit, was able to through their testings and their learnedship over the years, they were able to conclude that something had occurred at that crime scene. Now, so the moment you start wanting not to believe in your federal agencies, you're setting a bad precedence for future criminal cases. Not only did they do that, but Doug Carter also kicked the FBI out of the case in 2021, citing, according to what I've heard in mainstream media, conflicts of interest. I mean, come on, guys. We've got a guy here early on wanting the FBI there, and then in 2021, just prior to them arresting Richard Allen, there's a conflict of interest, and they kick out the feds. There has to be something going on in this guy, in this case. I'm terribly sorry. That's what it's suggesting to me. So, anyway.
Well, how could there be conflicts of interest if both were interested in finding the perpetrators of this horrible crime against these two children? That's what is stunning to me.
Absolutely, Robin. It's absolutely stunning. It's stunning. It shows, and I'm going to say something else. Again, it's my personal opinion. I just hope that people who have looked at this case with a magnifying glass, people who have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, are now not going to sit back and just say that everything that's occurred over these last 7 years, it all boils down to incompetence, law enforcement, investigation. If you go down that route, you are one of those that's not looking for changes. You are putting a band-aid approach on a cut that deserves stitches, not a band-aid. I hope you understand my analogy. Because when you've got the top honcho of the higher authoritative body, the Indiana State Police, 2 days after those little girls were found brutally murdered, when you've got his email receiving names of people who would later be identified by 3 members of their own brotherhood, some of which were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, one of which is no longer here, who was murdered by a white supremacist, Greg Ferenczi. You don't forget Greg Ferenczi, okay? A man that lost his life at the hands of a white supremacist, which some people believe does not exist. That it's just a fantasy. It's just a dream that people are conjuring up. This guy was killed outside the office there in Indiana by a white supremacist, okay? And he was part of a team of investigators, of 3 dedicated investigators, members of the same brotherhood, who conducted serious investigation amongst themselves. Hours of interviews. And they were able to come to a conclusion that the 80-odd pages they gave the prosecutor, Nick McClelland, was far superior in of a circumstantial nature regarding the people whose names they brought forth than what the state had charged Richard Allen with. And their investigation was brushed aside by the powers that be in the state of Indiana. That again is frightening to me. That again is not conducive of a bungled investigation. That is conducive of people not wanting the truth to come to the surface for whatever reason there exists, that they don't want that truth to be known to the American people. You have to apply some level of logic behind how you're looking at this case. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen, believe me, still needs to apply. It can't just be, oh yeah, these guys are a little redneck hillbilly town in Carroll County. They got some lard-ass cops that sit around eating donuts every day. They don't know what they're doing. That's absolute nonsense. From the crime scene to hiding of names to not investigation for forensic evidence. I mean, since when don't you investigate forensic evidence? Since when do you wait until the day of the trial to investigate how many vehicles were around Indiana that resembled Richard Allen's Ford Focus? Steve Mullen did this during break on the day of the trial. I mean, come on, folks. Come on, folks. Please start thinking, for goodness sake. Don't allow others to start spinning the story that this is just incompetence. It's not. There's more to this than mere incompetence if you want to go down the incompetence route, now you've got to include the highest authoritative body, which is the Indiana State Police. So if the Indiana State Police is incompetent, why are they the authoritative body in the state of Indiana? They should be holding or they should be setting the precedence to all the other law enforcement agencies in every county, as if to say, hey, we set the rules, this is how we're going to do things, and they haven't done it. And this is what I keep saying. Data needs to be scrutinized. Everything needs to be scrutinized from the top all the way down. There's a rot that exists underneath the layers of the murders of Libby and Abby, and the public, the American public, and the world in general is entitled, should be able to understand what that rot is. And I'm sorry, I just will not accept, for as long as I take breath, that we can just base this on some redneck, hillbilly police investigation. That is such a lazy ass excuse. It defies rationale that some intelligent people are looking upon this case and opining like that. It blows me away, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry.
No, you have to ask yourself, when would a community go to this extent to cover the murders of 2 little girls? It's just something doesn't add up here. Kids are murdered all the time.
Mm-hmm.
When do you see a community go to this extent in the cover up of the murders of 2 of its own children? And Joe is right. I've been saying to my people, Joe, that when the scrutiny comes down on these people, because they've done this so publicly, despite the efforts to hide it, everyone is seeing it now. The attention of the world is on this case.
Mm-hmm.
When the scrutiny starts to come down, they're going to run with the narrative of it's just incompetency. It's just incompetency. We messed up. We messed up. Oops. We're just ignorant, Indiana, hillbilly, incompetent, goofy investigators. Never mind the fact that we had the entire FBI, we had the entire Indiana State Police, we had law enforcement from all around the country coming to donating services. They're going to try to run with that because that is still better than the actual truth that they obstructed justice. They committed obstruction of justice in the murder of 2 little girls. From the top to the bottom.
Well said, Robert.
They will not accept that it's a cover-up. They will not admit that there's a cover-up. What they're going to do, they're going to let a couple heads rolls, like maybe Doug Carter, Jerry Holman. They're going to let, or maybe Liggett and Holman. They're going to let a couple heads roll, and they're going to say, well, it was just incompetency. We let a couple heads roll, and that's it. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Never mind the lies, the setup, the cover-up, the deleting of evidence, the twisting of evidence, the targeting of Richard Allen. I believe he was targeted because he owned that particular gun, that they had a piece of evidence they thought they could use to frame him with.
Exactly.
And what are the people of the United States going to do? Just accept that? Okay, well, Holman retired or Liggett stepped down. Everything is fine now because it's just a bunch of retards. No. We will not stop. And I don't know about you, Joe. No matter what the verdict is, I will not stop. I will not stop talking about Abby and Libby and about all the shitheads because we know that we've been lied to for 7.5 years. We've been targeted for speaking our speech, for speech that is coming from our hearts and our mind.
Amen.
I will not stop. And I know so many people who are watching. I'm apologizing. Apologize, Joe, but I know so many people who watch this, who are in our channels, who join the chats. They will not stop either because people care about Abby and Libby. They really do. They've fallen in love with these girls.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Robin. I mean, going back to what you were saying about the law enforcement authoritative body that was involved in this case early on. I mean, at the mouth of the great Ancho, a man that I cannot stand. You know my feelings about that guy. I was very, very certain about him early on, about his credibility, about who he is. 23 of the best you have in your nation. 23, ladies and gentlemen, if you were unaware of this, okay? We have a case involving two little kids, as Robin so rightly said earlier, that drew in 23 of the best that you have in the United States of America in matters of investigative prowess. 23 guys. FBI included, Texas Rangers, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and it went on and on and on and on. So you've got a case of two little girls. As Robin said, children die all over. Every single day, as sad as it is, kids are murdered every day by their parents, by their family, friends, by strangers. Not so much by strangers, but according to statistics, 95%. These are statistics that were looked upon by BAU, Behavioral Analysis Units of the FBI. It's 95% of crimes against children are committed against family members or associates to the family or friends. Now, I never set up the statistics. Anybody has a problem with that, I suggest you write to the FBI and you get further clarification on that. But nonetheless, so they throw umpteen resources into this case. Dark Cutter contacted the top honcho, who was then James Comey of the FBI. Okay? Dark Cutter contacted James Comey to let him know about two little girls that had been murdered. Yeah, I mean, right there, I start seeing red flags raising to me. This is me personally. Okay? I immediately, that is to me like, that's something that just does not occur normally in the murder of two little girls. Where the top honcho of the Indiana State Police is in direct communication with the top honcho of the FBI, alerting him to the fact that two little girls were murdered in Delphi, Indiana. Then the FBI BAU unit gets involved in this. They come up with a conclusion at the bequest of the Indiana State Police and the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the investigative team that was involved in that crime. They wanted to know a little bit more about crime scene, what had happened at that crime scene. They give them their personal interpretation upon years of study and knowledge about what they've studied. And then they get thrown the names. Dark Cutter receives the names of people that were later on implicated in the murder. And they still don't go ahead with anything. We've got a guy whose name was, most of you should know, ladies and gentlemen, that have been following the case of Libby and Abby, whose name was introduced in court in the final 2 days. A man by the name of Elvis Fields, ladies and gentlemen, who made voluntary statements. He wasn't experiencing torture as Richard Allen was. He wasn't being put through the Reed technique as Richard Allen was. Okay? Now, this guy made voluntary statements, in other words, out of his own volition, not only to family friends, guys, to family, to his sisters, but he made these to cops, to members of the Indiana State Police, putting himself at the crime scene. It's almost like a confession of sorts, per se. And yet you've got a judge that presides over this case by the name of Francis Seagull, who does not believe a nexus exists. I mean, I must be really missing something about the criminal justice system in America on how people look at nexuses and their voluntary willingness to provide information. And this all occurred, guys. What you need to understand is that this all occurred at a time that you and I knew nothing about. We didn't know this. The only people that were aware of this information was that authoritative body, the Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Jerry Holman, Tony Liggett, Tobe Lisenby, Mullins, all of them knew about this. Then again, the question asks, so if you want to believe that's incompetence, how can it be incompetence when you've got a guy that provides free information about a crime scene and the cops don't want to investigate that? Is that down to incompetence? I don't believe it is. I believe that that is a willingness to not look at certain people for whatever reason it exists between them, those people, that group, and members of governance within the state of Indiana. It's simple. It's simple to me. I'm not twisting the laws of physics here. I'm looking at what this is showing me, and I'm applying a little bit of common sense as to try and understand why are they not willing to thoroughly investigate a guy that told the cop he spat on the girls, that told his sisters he'd been on a bridge with two little girls and he was going to go to jail for a very long time, provided information, and yet the cops just turn a blind eye on that. Dark Carter just turns a blind eye on that, and then you want me to sit here and believe that it all boils down to, oh, as Robin said, some hillbilly investigative team in Indiana. So then what you're saying is you're calling all those 23 the best of the best, a bunch of redneck hillbillies that couldn't investigate themselves out of a brown paper bag. Sorry, I just don't buy it, folks. I just do not buy it.
Nope, no, we can't. And that's by 23. Are you meaning 23 of
Law
the
enforcement
federal
agencies.
organizations?
Yeah, so you had the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, you had the FBI, you had the Texas Rangers, and many other law enforcement authoritative bodies that were involved in that. Okay, so guys, so think about this. Initially, Dark Carter asked Comey and asked his buddy, who's now retired, which I'll come to shortly. Some of you may not know about this, to send in resources. I've got video of that ex FBI special agent in charge, who was in charge of the Indianapolis field office of the FBI. He reckons he threw in 200 officers, 200 FBI officers to investigating this case, guys. And you're telling me these guys couldn't sniff out Richard Allen from the CVS when there were posters placed all over that town? Richard Allen went out of his way to go to the cop shop and tell them, hey, guys, if you need any help from me, I was there. I may be able to provide you information. I may have seen something. Come talk to me. He gave him his phone. Dan Doolin took information from his phone. Richard Allen, folks, is a patsy. He's always been a patsy to cover up the brutality, the murderers who are today walking free in the state of Indiana. And that should be frightening to you. So we have Dark Carter asking for the help of the best of the best. The best of the best, send him that help. 2017, 2018, 2019, things start sort of slowing down. A lot of those investigative agencies remove themselves from the case. And then in 2021, Dark Carter kicks out the FBI entirely from this. Just tells him, sorry, you're not wanted here anymore. Don't you think that's a time when you should, if you've asked him for help, you should be looking for that federal agency to continue helping you to try and get to the bottom of who murdered those little girls? That's where I believe the hiding of the name of those guys is important, is critical, because this shows me that Dark Carter with the Indiana State Police and the Carroll County Sheriff's Office is hiding the names of those guys that its own officers located, dedicated hour upon hour of investigative work, research, spoke to people, knocked on doors, looked at looked at Facebook posts. They did a thorough investigation. They went as far as they could to try and understand who, in fact, may have played a part in the murder of those little girls. And they concluded that it wasn't Richard Allen. They concluded that they have got far more information, far more circumstantial evidence pointing away from Richard Allen. And what's troubling, ladies and gentlemen, is Robin will know this. I forget the guy's name, that special agent in charge of the Indiana field office who is no longer there, is retired now. This guy is a friend of Dark Carter. They are personal friends. They go out for dinner with their spouses. This guy was implicated. This guy covered up. This guy put layer upon layer upon layer of dirt onto the pedophilia that was running rampant, or the sexual abuse that was running rampant within your United States gymnastics team. Those young little gymnasts were being predated upon by Larry Nassar. And we still don't know the rest of the story, as we don't know the rest of the story about the Dropbox. There's a rot that exists in Indiana. There are very powerful people involved in this rot. They don't want you to know who their names are. So if you've got a guy who's friends with Dark Carter, who covers up pedophilia, sexual abuse in the United States gymnastics team, gymnasts who represent your country all around the world in the Olympics, and
little girls.
Yeah, little girls, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, little gymnasts. This guy's predating upon them in his basement at his home. And then they come out, they report what this guy did to them. They do a thorough investigation. And your Department of Justice in Indiana, yours, not mine, because we don't have a Department of Justice here in Australia, finds that same guy, that special agent in charge that was covering this up, finds him not guilty of any wrongdoing in this matter. What precedence is this telling you, or is this telling the American public? Do they want accountability or don't they want accountability? Do they want change? Don't they want change? Do they worry about sexual abuse of young little kids or don't they worry about sexual abuse of young little kids? Is this making sense to anybody? If you're a parent, you should be worried, as I am, as Robin is, because Robin is a parent. Perhaps you don't have kids, so you don't understand what it is to be a father or a mother, because it should be worrying you. You should be perturbed about this. And this is not an isolated incident, guys. This has been occurring in the United States for a very, very long time, where the accountability department is non-existent because of who they rub shoulders with and who they know. They twist, they pervert the laws of justice, the laws of physics, to have those who are at times involved in nefarious activity not pay the price for the actions that they have done. Now, you, Robin, or any other American citizen go out there and break the law, and you tell me where you're going to land up. Where are you going to land up? You're going to land up at your nearest county jail,
Yes.
arrested for something you've done or lying to a police officer. And yet, according to the Constitution of the United States, they've got free reign to lie to you. They can lie to you in interrogations. They can lie to you using the read technique. The read technique, I've been talking about the read technique long before many content creators have spoken about it on their channels. Okay, I've known about the read technique for years. I've been calling for change on the read. The read technique should not be allowed to be used or the 9 pillars. I know them as the 9 pillars of the read technique in any investigative sense, because what they try and do is elicit a confession from you. They're very good at articulating a confession from people who may have, in fact, not done anything wrong. So the whole system needs the reset button needs to be pressed, and we have to start again. We have to look for reform, because it's not right that innocent people pay the penalty for those that have done the crime and are not doing the time. You do the crime, you must do the time. Don't be a coward. If you want to be a brave man, and you want to go out killing 2 little girls, be a man and do the time, even if it means you go to death row. But you have to pay the price for what you've done. So, anyway.
Yes, someone just made a good point I read here. I wonder why Ives didn't testify for the state. His silence is deafening. Absolutely. Robert Ives, a coward, a piece of shit coward, just like them all. Because why would you reject the opportunity to tell your truth about what happened to Abby and Libby in this investigation when you are called upon to do so?
Absolutely, Robin.
He knew there were non-secular signatures at crime scene. He knew those bodies were found immediately after they were killed. He knew a lot of things about this. He also knew it would have been solved within 2 days of the murders, and he couldn't get his frightened ass on the stand to say what he knows.
Absolutely. Robin, can you give me a moment? I just want to grab some water. Is that okay?
Sure, Joe. I'm going to read these comments. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Rick Allen had the moral fortitude to approach law enforcement about his visit that day, and the poor fucker ends up getting burned. That's why you do this, ladies and gentlemen. You never talk to the cops. Okay? I used to be the complete opposite of this. I would tell you, you always talk to the cops. The cops are good guys. What I would tell you now is you never talk to the cops. First thing they say to you, the first thing you say to them, I need an attorney. And you don't say another word.
Okay, I'm back, Robin.
I wanted to talk about, Joe, something you brought up, because I don't, while you're here, I would love to have your input on this, which is the assassination of FBI agent Officer Greg Ferenczi, who was at the center of this investigation into what really happened.
Mm-hmm.
with Abby and Libby, who was lured outside of his office in Terre Haute, out of his FBI office. He was lured out of that office with a Molotov cocktail. When he came out, he was shot in cold blood by a white supremacist Odinist freak named Shane Meehan. We've had all kind of bodies around these murders fall, like Stephanie Thompson, who took the polygraphs of everyone important in this case. See, they couldn't delete that, so they had to delete her. We had John McCurdy and Anna Downham end up burned up in a fire. We've had so many questionable murders of people that were involved in this immediate community surrounding this case. And when you referenced that Elvis Fields put himself there, spitting on the girls, leaving DNA, having knowledge of the crime scene, and you add that to the investigation that that Greg Ferenczi and Kevin Murphy and Todd Click, who they've also gone after and arrested, uh, the information that they brought forward in doing an actual investigation to these murders, and look at what has happened. Look at where we are now, where they're doing this to Richard Allen, and they've gone and killed and arrested and silenced. I wonder what's going to happen to Murphy. But I'd just like you to speak on these guys, because the fact that these local pieces of shit cops have taken the good cops who actually did research, just like the FBI, kicked them off, shamed them, harassed them. Now we have one dead, one in jail, and one silent.
Exactly, Robin. And if you take what you've just said, you've now got, that's a very good point, and that is that you've got Dark Carter kicking off the FBI, not wanting them there, and you've also got three of their own not being trusted regarding their criminal investigations. So what is that telling you about the case? What in fact, why would they not want to believe the three cops who investigated that, amongst the three of them, and also the fact that Dark Carter kicked off the federal investigation? Do you believe that those are the willing actions, or do you believe that all boils down to the redneck hillbilly incompetence that exists? No, I believe they are deliberate actions of not including that information into a criminal case that is part of a crime scene that takes you right down to the part of where the people that participated in the crime. But if I just go back to what you were saying, if I may, just go back to what you were saying about Robert Ives. I when I when I was introduced to the Delphi case, I was talking, when I began my journey, I was talking about the Zodiac case, a totally different matter, that another criminal case that still today remains unsolved. It's not cold. I believe the investigators are still investigating. This is something that occurred in California. Uh, a person came up to me and he said, "Joe, I'd like you to look into Libyan Abbey." And I've never heard of Libyan Abbey. So what I did is, before I began talking about it on my channel, The Shattered Mirror, and now on the Crime Night, I began doing some research, personal research. I did some. I wouldn't call it. It can't be classified as nefarious. I call it I call it undercover work. I wanted to try and approach local people from the area, to try and get some information from them, to try and elicit, to try and get a feel of what people were saying and what people were believing about the case. I mean, we're talking about a little town here in rural Indiana of only 2,500 or 3,000 people, and you've got this brutal crime. Not that hard to fathom that the majority of those people residing in the area are known to one another, or may in fact have some type of association. So I thought to myself, who better to approach than perhaps a journalist who lives there, who resides there, and is able to somehow provide me with tidbits of information. So I had to be very careful on how I approach this individual. And I was able to approach this individual, and I was able to begin prodding, slowly prodding, asking questions. And the more I began asking, the more this person began revealing. It's almost like this person was aware of information and she was willing to share that information. She freely wanted to give me that information. I didn't have to prod that hard at all. The majority of the information I received from this person was given to me without me even pressurizing. When I began asking about the Delphi case, well, this person began opening up. And I'll never forget something she told me. And that was, firstly, she told me that she had spoken with Ron Logan numerous times. She had had intimate conversations with the late, well, we're led to believe the late Ron Logan allegedly died from COVID, but his disappearance is also surrounded by mystery. We really don't know what happened to Ron Logan because there have been no obituaries, there have been no death certificates or anything like that available to find out what in fact happened to Ron Logan. But she told me unequivocally that this person believed that Ron Logan had nothing to do with what had occurred. She had prodded Ron Logan extensively. She had asked him questions. They knew each other. They were quite well known to one another. They were almost a kind of friend, like they were almost friends per se. And she had concluded in her mind that Ron Logan had played no part in what had occurred. It had happened in his land, but according to what she got back from Ron Logan, the dude had played no part. However, long before I knew the name Rob Ives, long before I knew about Rob Ives, who he was or what he did, or she told me that she believed that if anybody would talk about Delphi one day, would be Robert Ives. She mentioned that name to me, Robin. Okay, she said to me, Joe, I wasn't known to her as Joe. I was using a fictitious name. Okay, she said to me, but Joe, I know Robert Ives. I'm very good friends with the guy. I believe if anybody would talk about this crime, if anybody would come forward and talk about this crime and tell the story about this, would be Robert Ives. So I took it upon myself after receiving that email. I thought, okay, let me find out who Robert Ives is. Bang. And when I punched in Rob Ives on my computer, he's the bloody prosecutor of the case. And I'm like, what? So this guy's a prosecutor. He works for the state of Indiana. He works for the Indiana government. He's now been tasked with prosecuting the case of Libby and Abby. And this person, this journalist, is telling me that Rob Ives would be the one to talk. Well, lo and behold, next minute, goes Rob Ives is out the door. He pulls the pin. He resigns. He resigns at a pinnacle of his career. Okay, he cites personal reasons, as you very well know, Robin, when he shouldn't have resigned. And he had two cases on his table, two of the most prolific cases of child murder that the state of Indiana has ever seen, has ever known over the last 200 years since the formation of your United States. And that is that you was tasked with investigating or being the prosecutor that would one day go to court regarding the murders, what I believe to be the murders of Kiana, Kiara, Keriel, and Kiani, the four little African-American sisters that died in a house fire in Flora, 15 minutes away. So he had that case on his table. And then a month or a month and a half later, or 2 months later, he's got the other one of Libby and Abby. So six kids murdered in Carroll County in Indiana, 4 in Flora, 2 in Delphi. And this guy, this prosecutor, pulls the pin on both of these cases. He didn't want anything to do with it. He cited personal reasons. I mean, that to me is so cowardly. it shows me, it dictates to me that this guy is well aware of what happened. He knows, in fact, who participated, and he did not want to be included in that nonsense. So at the prime of his career, there was no reason. Rob Ives wasn't suffering from any type of serious illness. There was nothing that would have elicited Rob Ives pulling the pin on that career as a prosecutor at such a young age. He was at the prime of his life in matters of prosecuting. This is what prosecutors hope for. They hope for that case that comes along that they can look upon and say, wow, I can really be known as a serious prosecutor here if I prosecute these cases. And this bastard, excuse the language, this little bastard, this coward, turns his back on 6 little girls because of whatever exists there that he's well aware of, the people that are implicated in this. He turns his back on 6 little girls. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as you very well know, the other little coward, the other little snake is Judge Dina, who too pulls the plug on the case of Delphi. Now, that is, it's right there at that critical moment when people should realize there's something about this case that does not and will not and cannot be looked upon as incompetent law enforcement investigation. And it astounds me. Our Rob Ives gets subpoenaed to appear in a courtroom to give testimony, and he seeks a lawyer, and the judge was able to deny that subpoena and have Rob Ives not provide any information in the courtroom where Richard Allen is being accused of regarding what it may be that the defense counsel were going to ask him. I mean, it cannot be any clearer to me, guys. It cannot be any clearer to me. I mean, if you want to look at Delphi can almost, in a way, be molded into probably like a O.J. Simpson trial in matters of spotlight, in matters of media involvement, in matters of what in fact has been occurring in the case. And to have Rob Ives run away like a coward yellow dog and Dina run away like coward yellow dogs, it shows you what they know, and they don't want to play a part in it. They don't want to be involved in it because they may be asked to mention names, and they don't want that to occur. So that's that, basically.
I agree. It's astonishing. Robert Ives, who certainly has money, respect, power, authority, to step down at the height of his career at an opportunity when he could have helped to bring justice to these 4 little girls. You have to look at these little girls from Florida. They were little tiny girls.
Mm-hmm.
They were tiny little girls, baby girls. And then you had Libby and Abby on top of that. And for his coward ass to step down because he's so scared of whoever these people are.
Yep.
And then to be subpoenaed to come at a moment right now, a crucial moment, a moment of pregnancy, when he could come and speak truth into this case and help for justice for Abby and Libby. For him to run away like a scared little bitch.
Mm-hmm.
What could make a man like him and a man like a Judge Diener so frightened that they'd run away from giving justice to these 6 girls like scared little bitches?
Yeah. And here's the thing, Robert
Allen, that they're afraid of. Okay, wake up call, people.
Exactly. The thing is, Robin, we now know that there are a lot of members of the criminal justice system that have immersed themselves in this matter of the Delphi case. Now, what these members of the criminal justice system need to understand is that although this cannot be presented as evidence inside a courtroom, what we're talking about here now, this is nonetheless part and parcel of what's been occurring in this case on the outside. Okay? So you need to apply a little bit of common sense. It just doesn't boil down. If you want to understand the complexity of both these cases, you can't just rely on the court to give you the answers. You have to apply common sense and try and understand, why did they do this? Why have they acted in that way? Why has the Indiana State Police Superintendent been involved with both Flora and Delphi? He's been preaching the gospel of empathy and compassion, and he's done absolutely nothing but turn his back and spit on the names of those 6 little girls, which is something I cannot stand that guy. Really, I cannot stand that guy, and I think I've made myself quite clear about that. He was a fraud. He will always be a fraud to me. I don't trust him. He's another politically motivated puppet. He's just a scum dog piece of crap to me, Robin. And sorry to say that, guys, but that's the way I look at Doug Carter, because I always try and put people like that to a litmus test of authenticity. I believe in words and actions. If your words and your actions aren't aligned, you're a fraud to me. And when I begin digging and I find information that shows me what you're saying does not conform to what your actions are, you shouldn't be respected. You shouldn't be looked upon as a pillar of integrity, as a pillar of responsibility. And Doug Carter has been like that throughout this journey. Since I've seen Doug Carter appear on the podium, the guy's a fraud. And it comes to, and when I found out the other day, Robin, when you had Noe Ramos on, when Noe Ramos revealed to everybody that Carter had walked out of a vehicle with 2 of the biggest trolls that have been involved in this matter, people involved in meth and all kinds of crap.
The absolute biggest trolls.
Yeah. The biggest trolls. Jinx 13 and Chris Long, whose father was retired, also a law enforcement official, a chief of police there, I believe, in Indiana, from what I'm led to believe. And yet, you see Doug Carter exiting a vehicle where these 2 people are, that they have been causing so much consternation and confusion in matters of justice in the state of Indiana and the United States of America. I mean, I'll tell you, when I heard Noe said that, I literally almost fell off my damn chair. Now, Doug Carter can be friends with whoever the hell he wants to, okay? But public perception means a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Public perception means a lot. Because if you know who the people are and you see the top honcho leaving that vehicle, it's human nature to begin thinking, what on earth is this guy doing in the car with those guys? What are they talking about? What is going on behind closed doors that you and Robin, Prof, and everybody else doesn't know about? So, it's just another one of those dirty layers of this damn case that cannot be entered into a courtroom, but we have to rely on common sense and some type of rationale to understand what is going on, man. It's a travesty. It's an absolute travesty of justice. And for goodness sake, man, for goodness sake, I hope those 12 jurors are able to articulate that the state wasn't able to present the burden in that courtroom. If they're going to solely rely on some scientific bullshit about a bullet, okay, where even the scientist herself had to bend the laws of science to try and achieve a desired outcome. Okay, guys, you need to understand that. Richard Allen, it's alleged, I'm not going to say Richard Allen, it's alleged that Richard Allen racked his gun and the bullet flew out. Allegedly, she couldn't achieve the same results doing that. She had to go as far as to fire the bullet to achieve some semblance of what it was shown in Richard Allen's bullet that she matched to that gun. So what is that telling you? That's telling you that it's subjective. That's telling you the lady doesn't understand the process of science, which is the repeatability of an experiment. She's looking for a satisfactory outcome. It's a biased outcome. It's almost like you try it once, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time you get to 100,000, you may or you will, after 100,000 tries, you will get the desired outcome you achieve. And yet, Richard Allen only had one chance to do it. He never had 100,000 times to rack his gun and that bullet was spat out of the chamber. No, she had to apply that process. Now, if those 12 jury members, who allegedly are quite intelligent, very articulate people, if they don't understand that, if they're going to look at Melissa Oberg and believe that, oh, she told us the truth about the bullet, we believe 100%. That is the lynching pin, the beyond a reasonable doubt proof we need to place Richard Allen at that location. Well, I tell you what, if that is the case, then sorry to say, guys, but I feel sorry for you folk as United States citizens if you get caught embroiled in the same scenario that Richard Allen has been embroiled in. Okay, because if you allegedly are intelligent and you can articulate through that subjective scientific explanation, and you're going to rely on that as your yardstick to prove the culpability beyond a reasonable doubt that 12 jurors can have, there's something wrong somewhere. I'm sorry. There has to be something wrong. I'm sorry to have hijacked your
No,
live,
please.
Rob.
We appreciate your opinion, and everyone is listening. It's mind-boggling. No, Joe, I don't know about you, but I'm a practicing firearm aficionado. So I own several weapons that I practice because I believe the responsibility is if you own them, you have to be sufficient with them in order to be safe. And for I tell you now, for any gun advocate or shooter who knows what they're doing, any moron, even the stupidest shooters, know that there's absolutely no way in hell ever that you would have to fire a round in order to match an unfired round that had only been ejected and never fired. Any idiot would know that. It's literally astonishing that something to that level of manipulation would be presented in the court of law. I'm speechless about it because it's not something that can happen. And I just want everyone in the chat needs to understand that it cannot happen. I speculated that the only way it could ever happen is if you had a casing that had been fired. So
Correct.
let's say you fire a round and you pick up that empty casing. It's empty. It's just a brass casing. It's totally empty, but it has some markings on it. You could then take that casing and reload it, put some more powder in, put another projectile in, and then use the machine to crimp it and polish it. And then you go and you have a reloaded, previously fired casing that could match a fired casing from that same weapon. But you know what was also interesting, Joe? That we had another ballistics expert on from the defense who said they could not exclude Brad Weber's firearm as making those markings.
100%.
So if they could not exclude Brad Weber's firearm, then how can they definitively say that it's Richard Allen's firearm? It's illogical.
Exactly.
All of it's illogical.
Exactly. The whole thing is illogical. And that's where I come down to the question I was going to ask you now, Robin. If you and I and many others here that I'm watching on the comment section, by the way, thank you to all those who are well wishes, because I've just been going through COVID. So thank you to all those who sent me messages of well wishes. I'm very appreciative of that. And I love all of you for that. And not only for that, but because of who you are. But if we, and we know, we are no rocket scientists by any stretch of the imagination, Robin. We are people that think logically and apply a little bit of common sense to the problem that is ahead, or that we try and break through. Now, if we can come to that conclusion ourselves, okay, if we can believe, as we've just now spoken about the bullet, our subjectivities, what the testing that Oberg had to do to achieve the desired outcome, that she could sit there, tell the jury, oh, you've got to trust me. Trust me because I'm telling you, you need to trust me. Now, if people are just going to trust human beings without putting them to a test, well, you're so gullible and you're going to get your lunch taken away from you so easily, okay? I mean, she didn't even present any photographs or any evidentiary material of the steps that she took to achieve what she wanted. But nonetheless, if we're able to articulate that ourselves, me, you, members watching, members listening, subscribers, whoever may be watching this, what is stopping those 12 jurors from thinking like we are? Are they seeing things? Are 12 people seeing things differently? And if that's the case, why are they seeing things differently? I mean, all the reports that we've had out of the courtroom have been concise, have been to the best of those that have reported ability to provide us that information. I have no reason to doubt that they're giving me, or they would come out on their channels and talk crap to us, the public, to those of us who aren't there watching. So what if we can articulate that amongst ourselves? What is stopping those 12 jurors from not coming to the same, if they're intelligent, if they use common sense, if they in fact find Richard Allen guilty, and I'm going down the route of finding Richard Allen guilty, if they want to believe that the bullet is the lynching pin that to them satisfies 12 jurors beyond the reasonable doubt that it was Richard Allen that racked that gun at that crime scene, what is stopping them seeing what we are seeing? Do you understand the question I'm asking, Robin? Does it make any sense? I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly here. I'm
No,
looking at me and as Robin and members of the thread opining the same way about what me and Robin are talking about. So what is stopping those 12 jurors from thinking along those lines? That firstly, it's a subjective science. Okay. Secondly, Hoberg never produced a modicum of evidence showing the steps that she took. She didn't even present photographs. The jury has to sit there and trust that what she's telling them is the truth. I mean, for goodness sake, man, we are the most untrustworthy species on the cosmos because we lie. Lie is innate to every single one of us. It doesn't matter if you're under oath or not. We all lie. Doesn't matter if you put the hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You will lie if you go into a situation with preconceived notions as to why you need to do that. So how do you blindly trust somebody because that person is telling you, oh, look at me, I'm Melissa Oberg, you best trust me because I'm telling you the truth? Really? Is this how people going to rely on evidence? Is that the evidence that will, is that the evidence? Is this what now we left with inside a criminal court, is to trust somebody at what they're telling you about evidence? If they can't even give you the process on how they got to that evidence, or in fact having to pervert the scientific notion or the scientific world, attempting to achieve the desired outcome that she wanted after numerous tries, she had to fire the bullet ultimately. Richard Allen never fired the bullet, for goodness sake. So I'm hoping the jury is able to articulate what I'm saying here and is able, amongst the 12 of them, to realize, by goodness gracious, you cannot look at the bullet and believe that it's a lynching pin beyond a reasonable doubt that we conclude Richard Allen killed those two little girls. If that's the case, I tell you, I will shut down my channel and I'll just walk away into the sunset and I will not talk about crime ever again, because then the system is beyond reproach. It's beyond repairability. It's a free for all. If you get caught in that system, if you get caught, if they throw their hands upon you, and you get put in that position of Richard Allen, you are stuffed. There will be nothing that nobody can do to save you if you are innocent from the power of the government, which is becoming more tyrannical as days go by. The brazenness, Robin, what really amazes me here, Robin, is how brazen the state of Indiana has been regarding the destruction of rights. The destruction of rights that all of you, 350 or 360 million of you, have in the United States of America. They have been so brazen, and they have not worried about being brazen. They have not been perturbed about how they are perceived by other nations around the world. They don't care. They seemingly don't care. Gaul has ruled this thing like it was her personal backyard, where she's the teacher and do as I say, not what the law expects me to do. And that shouldn't be part of the process. The man has rights, for goodness sake, man. And she's perverted. She's destroyed all his rights. And matter of factly, we shouldn't be going to an appellate court, because that's putting more burden, more financial strain on a system that's already under severe pressure. in matters of an economy that is spiraling out of control. This is why the right result needs to come to the surface. Because if, to me, if it's anything besides, according to the evidence that I've seen presented, I don't believe the state has met the burden of Richard Allen being the lone killer here. I'm sorry, I just don't. And if they find him guilty, oh my goodness gracious me, I really don't know what else to say about how flawed, how demonic, how tyrannical the system is in Indiana and throughout all the other courts in 50 states, perhaps. So, Robin, that's where I'm going to leave you. Thank you so much for having me on. I've wanted to do this for a while. I'm glad I got the chance to do it today. I want to thank you for your support and all your dedication and for flying the flag for Libby and Abby. And I wish you nothing but success on YouTube. I wish you and your little boy nothing but love and respect. We may have different opinions, but that doesn't mean that we can't engage in meaningful conversation and debate about whatever it may be. Now, I don't mind debating with somebody that thinks along the lines of justice. I refuse to debate idiots. I refuse to debate people that justice means nothing to them. That's why I will never talk to a person like any of those trolls, and you know they are. I will not give them my oxygen. I refuse to talk to people like that because people like that are past understanding. They've gone so deep down the precipice of being destroyers of the Constitution of the United States and of civil rights and of the destruction of another person's life because he's not been found guilty of anything thus far. They've gone out as far as calling him a child killer, baby killer. And I will. And I'm going to say right now here in front of everybody, if you're listening to me, I promise you guys, I began this investigation. I've met a lot of people along the way. I've met many powerful people along this journey, far more than what you could begin to fathom. If Richard Allen is found, if he's acquitted, the first thing I'm going to do is something that I've always wanted to do is personally talk to Richard Allen, personally talk to Kathy Allen, and I will be contacting some of the people that I have made friends with over these years about potentially seeking to sue those who have called Richard Allen a child killer, those who have portrayed him as a killer, who have destroyed his innocence on social media. There must be something that they can do. So that's for future. That's a story for another day. But I just wanted to tell you that I will be seeking that. I will be trying to get some type of because these people should not be going around doing things like this. I'm sorry. You should not be behaving the way you are because firstly, you're biased. Secondly, you have affiliations to people involved in this case, whoever they may be. And thirdly, and ultimately, you're just a scumbag. You are utter scumbag. So people want to talk about being sued. Well, if Richard Allen gets acquitted, guess what? It takes two to tango. So the future will soon tell us what's waiting for some of these folk. Robin, thank you so much. Have a great night. It was a
Thank you,
pleasure
Joe.
being
And
here.
Joe, I'm so glad that you're feeling better. I was really concerned about you, and I'm very, very grateful that you're feeling better and you bounced out of it. And I thank God that you came out of that illness. That's just a
Thanks,
wonderful.
Robin.
And
Thanks,
thank you
mate.
for visiting. Everyone, please thank Joe as well.
No
And
worries.
okay,
Give
God bless.
you God bless you too. Give your little your son a hug from Joe Lewis, okay? Because you
I
know I
will.
love kids. I love kids, man. So thanks, Robin. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you,
Bye,
Joe.
guys. Bye bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Lewis, please thank him in the chat for his contribution tonight and coming and share some time with us. There's something I got to say because he was sitting on a really good point. I plead with you out there. Let me get rid of this gum so I can talk. Let me ask you this. Don't you think that if Joe and I and others, many in this chat, if we felt that Richard Allen had anything to do with the murders of these two girls, don't you think that we would be totally on the side of demanding that he be brought to justice? Don't you think if any evidence had surfaced that was compelling enough to make us believe that Richard Allen had anything to do with this crime, that we would be screaming from the rooftops, justice for Abby and Libby regarding Mr. Richard Allen? I mean, should it not be obvious to you at this point in time that we want justice for Libby and Abby more than anything? We've invested nearly all day, every day of our lives, the past several years, into understanding this case so that we can be a part of the movement for justice for Libby and Abby. We would love nothing more than for law enforcement to make the right moves and bring forward the right people so that we can finally say, yes, justice for Libby and Abby. And what's really criminal here is that we're looking at Richard Allen and we are looking at all the evidence, or should I say lack thereof, that's been presented. And we sit here with a vacancy. And we say, where is the justice for Libby and Abby with Richard Allen? We don't see any evidence. We don't see anything compelling. All we have are more questions, more suspicions, more red flags, more suspicion that something is going wrong here. Something doesn't add up. The facts don't match. The glove doesn't fit. I would love nothing more than for Richard Allen to be the single lone wolf perpetrator of this horrible crime against Libby and Abby so we can put it to rest and move on with our lives. But that's not why God put me here. That's not why I was haunted for years to maintain a touch with this case. I had a spiritual haunting about this case of Libby and Abby. It was God's way of ensuring that I would not forget Libby and Abby. And so we're here and we're wondering, where is the case against Richard Allen for Libby and Abby? Because we see nothing. Sure, we've learned a few details. We've learned what we've already suspected. We've learned that the timeline is incorrect. We've been convinced about that. We've learned that the bridge guy audio, the bridge guy video, the Abby on the bridge photo, it's all fake. We've been convinced about that. Well, we already knew it. We've learned that there's a hair from the sister in one of the victim's hands, which explains the repetitive attempts to get this story out about the sweaters on the girls. For years, we've wondered why those stories, why such a big deal about I told them to take the sweaters. Now we understand why. We've seen firsthand the terrorizing of this community that these maniacs online have caused. And we can look back for years at them causing this around this narrative. Why? Around the Delphi murders, the brutal murders of 2 little girls, and even more than that, the brutal murders of 6 little girls, because also those girls in Flores. Why are there these people terrorizing the community over the brutal murders of 6 little girls? Why do the same suspects surround both cases? Like a garden fence. The garden being the Flora and Delphi murders, and the fence being all of the individuals surrounding both of these murders. All connected, all involved in both, all related. Why? And why are we waiting now for a verdict from a jury that was presented zero evidence that Richard Allen had anything to do with this? No forensic evidence, no witness evidence, no digital evidence, no weapon. Because people believe the state. People believe cops. That jury was presented with the state and cops saying that Richard Allen killed those girls, which was backed up by zero evidence. And I guarantee you what's happening right now with the length or the delay in the jury reaching a decision is that all the juries that can clearly see this, who are intelligent, compassionate, reasonable people, they are fighting and advocating the 1 or 2 or 3 who are duped by the state and duped by the family and duped by some of the lying ass witnesses. I guarantee you, the good people in the jury are fighting to try to convince the few ones who are duped. And when this is done and over with, I guarantee you, those jurors will come out into the real world. They will start digging into this case. They will start watching our channels. They will start investigating for themselves. Some of them will read the Frank's memorandum for themselves. Their eyes will be open. How do you think those jurors will feel knowing that evidence was withheld from them? That they were, not only were they lied to, but evidence was withheld from them. I guarantee you, some of those jurors will become vocal. Some of those jurors will speak out. And this isn't going away. So, we'll be here. Today was called Delphi Verdict Watch. The world is watching. We didn't get a verdict. But at least we got to spend time with each other. We got conversation. We got a visit from the wonderful Joe Lewis of Crime Night Channel. I ask you, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Where are we telling lies? Sure, we make mistakes. Some of us will make mistakes because we're dealing in a vacuum of information. We're dealing with more disinformation that has been intentionally injected into the Delphi murders narrative and in the community than we're dealing with actual facts because of the wall of secrecy that the state and the judge has built around this case. And then we have the culture of fear that the trolls have injected into this community with the approval of the families. But hey, we're not going away. We're not going away because we will be here when those jurors are released, when they start diving in information, when they start discussing it. We'll be here for them. We'll be here when the feds start investigating. We'll be here when grand juries happen. We'll be here when other arrests are made, and we'll be here when other prosecutions are handled. We are here for Libby and Abby. Prof is also, Joe is also right. What else has happened to the citizens of the United States with these secret tribunals? Tribunals. With the targeting, prosecuting, and burying of innocent individuals to protect those in power. And I've said from the very beginning at the arrest of Richard Allen that I hope that this trial, if it accomplishes anything, it brings the truth to the surface in the Delphi murders narrative of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. And maybe that's what we'll get. So tonight, when you go to lay your head to rest, pray for Libby and Abby. Pray for a real outcome to the trial of Richard Allen. And pray that this community graduates to another level of maturity so that we can shed the bad actors and step forward righteously in speaking truth to power in the Delphi murders conversation here. So we're not going anywhere. But I'd like to thank all of you who are here and who were here today. If you guys are watching the replay for whatever reason, please leave a comment down below. I love the comments. We love the comments. We continue into the comments. And those of you who are watching now, please, if you haven't joined the chat, at least say something in the chat so I could see that you're here on the way out. It's important to us that it's not just us sitting here, but it's you. This is a safe space for you to discuss. When Alan was arrested, I see a bunch of shit and I clocked out because of bullshit. I watch Prof every Friday and Sats to catch up on real happenings. Keep my sanity about this. The good book says, have nothing to do with darkness, but rather expose them. Yes. All right, so I want to thank everybody who said goodbye to Joe. Sadly, I think it's coming clear that there's a compromised juror. Probably. It would be easy to do. Think about it. It's been done before. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Roosevelt. if they had anything solid, there would be no need for him to be in the hole for 13 fucking months. 13 months. How's channel growing also? Yes, my channel is growing because people see it for what it is. People don't need to be told what it is. People can see it for what it is because people are generally good-hearted, compassionate, intelligent, and they can see things for what they are. And they see this channel for what it is, and it's growing. And I thank you for that. After watching court, lack of evidence, they claim to have had, my thoughts were 100,000% confirmed. Yeah, me too. Remember, I had always said that I would be willing to change my mind if they present compelling evidence in the court of law. If there is some bombshell evidence they have that Richard Allen committed these crimes, I would be willing to accept it. But you know what? Zero was presented. It was worse than I thought. I thought he could be involved in that. Maybe some evidence of that would happen. No evidence. No evidence. It amazes me how they fought to not allow Keegan Klein and others to testify, or the Click report, or Frank's memorandum. Any of that. We got none of it. The jurors got none of it. Pray for the jurors. Were their holdouts duped or installed? Who knows? We don't see a nexus to Richard Allen. We do see a nexus to others. The jurors will be outraged when they discover that as well. If I was a juror, I would be outraged after seeing what was held back. All right. Carroll County received more than $4 million for duping. Yes, and think of all the millions that have gone into that Monon High Bridge Trail system and the family's ballpark. Okay. See if I can catch up with this chat and get out of here. Prof, you're so good at discussing this in a way that listeners can understand and think seriously about more than what's in the paper, local news, many things. Thanks to you. Thanks to you. Please spread the channel. Please support the channel as well. Let me ask you, please support the channel in whatever way you see fit. Whether you want to hit the like, share this thing, send the Cash App, send the PayPal, send the buy me a coffee, hit a super chat, whatever way you'd like to support the channel, participate in the chat, leave a comment, all the various ways to support the channel, talk about us in other places, support the channel. I appreciate it. It keeps me coming back. Okay. Thank you, Prof, as always. Thank you also, Prof, for your testimony and speaking of spiritual things. Love you, brother. Love you, Wanda. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Donna. Okay. We'll be here when the feds start publishing what they have been investigating all along, too. Yes, hopefully. We're here for the truth, no matter what it is. Like I said, anyone who has nothing to lose when the truth comes out about the Delphi murders, we're here. We don't care what the truth is that will be revealed. We have no skin in the game. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. All we want is a truth about the Delphi murders. And one thing we know, truth has not been told by the state, by law enforcement, and by those scumbags in Carroll County who cannot tell the truth about the murders of 6 little girls. All right. You think, Maggie? Yeah, this case should be moved to the federal level. Should have been moved. All right, you guys. Okay. Let me see how close we are to catching up with this. I pray for truth and justice, yes. Today is the day has not even close to happening. Give me a break. Yeah. There's no today is a day. Nope. And tomorrow won't be the day either. But the day is coming. Research the challenge jurisdiction YouTube videos are all unlawfully in military tribunals. American Bar Association has usurped constitutional authority. The feds must be on this in the background. They'll rip McClellan's ass apart is what they'll do. Right. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, anti-them. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'm trying to get out of here so I can go enjoy the rest of my day with my little boy. I'm good with tribunals as long as they encompass the imprisonment of people that have made us a prison planet. Yes. And all of the domestic terrorists who have terrified this community for years need to go away. Lots of prayers. Yes, thank you guys. Appreciate you all. Belle of Amherst, thank you, Prof. And Little Joe Lewis, you are appreciated in this community. Yes, and I appreciate Little Joe. Let me tell you guys something. Before I came onto this, you see something that people don't understand. It takes a lot of bravery to step onto this platform when you are constantly uh, uh, in, uh, inundated with death threats, intimidation, doxing, harassment, threats to your family, threats to your kids. But you know what? I don't care. You've done it all. I will continue to talk, and so will others, and so will Joe. And you know what? Nothing you will do will shut us up at this point. It ain't going to happen. And people are listening. Okay. So you can threaten to kill, you can threaten to shame, intimidate, dox, etc., etc., etc. You are the terrorist who have terrified this community for years. And you are being exposed, and you will be exposed. I'll make sure of it. It's also been reported to local and federal authorities. And if you think I'm playing, keep it going. Keep it up. Loving, caring group. Well, that's what I want to say about this particular group. And I say it repeatedly. I established this channel. Well, what I was getting at, I know is before I started with that rant, Joe Lewis, okay? Joe Lewis, True Crime Design, and some others were the reasons that I had the bravery to step online, because I saw what Joe Lewis, True Crime Design, and others were brave enough to do, and I said, I'm at least as brave as them. So they gave me the confidence. They were here first, and I have to acknowledge and tip my hat to them and thank them for speaking the truth, because they emboldened me to step forward and speak my truth. And it's an honor tonight to have Joe in here because of that. And I hope one day to have True Crime Design in here because of that, and others who helped to inspire me and give me strength before I decided to take the leap. If I had known what it would be, I would have never taken the leap. But I did take the leap. And I found out. And here we are. Late to your channel, says Simcha, but catching up. I'm still not clear who you think is behind this and how they did it. Math operation, 100,000%. Access. Oh, don't worry. Go look at. You have to watch everything on my channel. You'll eventually figure it out. Not going into it tonight. All right. And when the shenanigans started, that sealed it for me. We were told at least two of these jurors had immediate family in law enforcement. There's your problem. Most likely. Most likely. There it is. There it is. Okay. Most people trust law enforcement in the state until they have no reason to, not to. Anyone who's had a run-in with them will change their minds pretty damn quick. I'm Australian. Welcome from Australia. Yes, me too. Me too. A negative run-in with bad cops will totally change your willingness to cooperate. What happened to Noe and Rick? They got banned from court. Yeah, it's been a year ago. It's fine. Troll Farm was behind that, by the way. Like they've been behind everything. And why are they friends with Doug Carter? All right. Guys are awesome. All right. So other entities are involved to bring this down. I believe they know they're going down. That's why Shane was panicking. They should all be panicking. They should all. Shit's hitting. I told you guys before, and I really did mean it. The shit's hitting the fan. Okay, it's hitting the fan, and they know it. Anybody has a problem with me releasing crime scene photos, blame me. We're done playing pretend. Move to Fed jurisdiction, Richard Allen would be out. Just found this channel. And as a medical professional, you make more sense than the couple who are sold on the idea that he's absolutely guilty. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. And go look at the crime scene photos as a medical professional. You'll probably come with more understanding than you have now, and you might be able to help out here. Oh, really? Is that true? The woman, are you talking about Kathy Shank, is married to a Freemason? Huh, imagine that. And she's also demanding the potentially it's her demanding the reward money at this point in time. All right. Yeah. Why did Doug allow Richard Allen to nearly be killed? Come on, Doug. Why did you allow Richard Allen to nearly die over this? What's telling is that they did not allow audio with the video. The case would have been open and shut if they allowed the jurors to hear the audio of the torture of Richard Allen. And I am telling you guys, when you understand there is documentation of the torture, I heard it from someone in the court, okay? There was torture. They say in 2024, the year is the year of truth, and all that in darkness will come to light. I'm praying this happens. I think it's a wonderful year. People who thought Richard was guilty read my blog and saw the pictures and changed their minds immediately. Yeah, because guess what? You could never look at those crime scene photos and think that Richard did that in a span of 19 minutes or even an hour. You could never think. And why would he? Come on. Y Robinson says, didn't subscribe earlier. I've been watching for the last hour or two. I'm in the UK and have followed this case for a while. Thank you, and I will be learning. Thank you very much, Robinson. All right, guys. I love you guys. Thank you very much. Oh, let me say, yeah, the truth is contagious. Exactly. Thank you for the super sticker, Maggie. I hope the jury was not compromised. If they follow instructions, Richard Allen would walk. He should. Yes, if they followed instructions, they would have a unanimous not guilty verdict. Hands down. Now, are they going to? I can't tell you. All right, y'all. So let's see. Prof, your level-headed analysis is probably the only reason I stayed connected. Almost everyone else bailed. Thank you, Cromley. Thank you very much. Yeah, everyone bailed. They've run off almost everyone. Doug Carter and his boys were too emotionally involved, couldn't be non-biased. That's what started it. Thanks for the welcome. All right. Well, you're welcome. What kind of person would demand reward money? Demand it. It almost seemed like she was blackmailing Doolin and the judge. David, damn, this was the best Friday night podcast I've ever been a part of. Thank you, Prof and Chat. Yeah, on that, by the way, normally we do Friday nights. Normally we have Friday night lives. Tonight we will not because I'll let this serve as our Friday show. So enjoy someone else this Friday night. But we will see you tomorrow. I'll be back for the verdict watch tomorrow. Usually I'm not here at all on Saturdays, but I will make an exception tomorrow. Okay. And anyway, I'm about to. As soon as I get off of here, I will also be speaking to all of my people who were in Delphi today. So I'll be having some more for you. Okay. I'll be having more info for you. Thank you to Tyam Dowley. Thank you for your stream. Keep up the good work. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Elizabeth Patience, just subscribe and hit the like. Oh, yeah, do that. Subscribe, hit the like, everyone. And I'm getting out of here. We've gone too long now. I'm exhausted. God bless you all. Okay. God bless you all. You're all beautiful people. Thank you so much for being here. Apologize for the couple trolls who came in trying to infuriate everyone, but it ain't gonna happen. We're so beyond you. We don't care about the trolls anymore. Okay. I adore you, Heather Brown. I love you. Okay, thank you. So let me say goodbye to everyone while we get out of here, and that'll be that for tonight. Okay, especially my girl Radar, one of my best and longest friends here. Okay, and Gen P too. Okay, so we got Court of Public Opinion, another buddy of mine. Thank you so much, Court. Digital, thank you, Digital. Thank you, Heather Brown. Thank you, Keith Kellogg. We got David Rogers, Bella Van Hurst, Jen P, Tracy. We got Westy, another long timer. Y. Robinson, Cromley, Dick Redshirt, Starlight Cinnamite, Dunn Laura. Elizabeth, Heavy Metal Rehab, Old Mort, New Mort. Simcha was a new person here. Adrian Thiesing. Yeah, thank you, Adrian. Another loving person here. Everyone here, just Canadian Nana, awesome. All you awesome guys here. Just really appreciate you all. You're always here too, and for a long time, a lot of long time listeners. We love you all. All the new people, our new faces. We appreciate seeing you here and welcome. And realize this is more than just me. This is the entire community here. Okay, Criminal Network. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you. In our chat, we just have the absolute best people on YouTube and people who really care about Libby and Abby. So we want to thank you for that. We also want to let you know we do love the families. We want the families to get justice. But what we also expect and demand is transparency from the families and truth from the families, because truth and transparency from the families, from the cops, from the court system, and everyone will bring about justice for Libby and Abby. And that's what we want more than anything, because the only victims here are Libby and Abby. And that's who we speak for, because they cannot speak for themselves. And thanks to our supporters tonight, like Tracy Turner, Rebby Lee, Dieter, Kimmy. We had Auto Doctor 911, Olivia, It's a New Day, Canadian Nana, Vladimir, Lead with Love. I don't know if I said Olivia yet, but just Me One You, Bella of Amherst, Love True Crime, Jamie Dawn, Maggie, Roosevelt News Media, all of you for sending the support. Really appreciate that. It really does help, and I always cherish it. So thank you all so much. Hey, love each other. Pray for justice for Libby and Abby tonight, especially. But be optimistic. Just understand, there's absolutely no way in hell that there will ever be a unanimous guilty verdict, because no evidence was presented. And just be grateful for that, okay? And pray for Libby and Abby, okay? And I love you all. Take care of your kids. Take care of your family. And hey, I'll see you tomorrow morning. It should be an intense morning, and maybe we'll get a verdict, okay? Thank you all for being here, all right? We'll see you later. God bless.